never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Then, ready or not, looks like it is that time. Close out a Monday. That's always good. Get the hard part behind us. We'll work our way into a Tuesday, 29th day of June. After which, there's just one to go in the month of June. As we get set for the July 4 Independence Day weekend. All right, so we did indeed have a tropical storm come ashore a few hours ago. Tropical storm Danny actually making landfall on the coast of South Carolina this past evening. Really just a matter of hours after it was named the fourth storm of the 21 Atlantic hurricane season. Actually made landfall just north of Hilton Head on Pritchard's Island, South Carolina. It was moving west at like 16 miles per hour, a pretty fast forward clip for a tropical system. That was just before 8 o'clock in the evening Eastern time. Maximum sustained winds had jumped up, estimated to be 65 miles per hour. So it did indeed intensify. That's a pretty decent tropical storm. Yeah, just about, 10 miles an hour shy of a hurricane. Hours earlier, National Hurricane Center named the storm Danny a little after 3 o'clock Monday afternoon. After analyzing Doppler radar from Charleston, South Carolina, they had some preliminary data from the Hurricane Hunter flight that had spent a number of hours out there this past afternoon. Tropical storm warnings went in effect for parts of South Carolina, from Edisto Beach to the South Santee River. Most of the showers and thunderstorms were kind of displaced to the west side of the center of this storm due to the strong easterly winds in the middle and upper portions of the atmosphere. And storms did begin to wrap in closer to the center of the storm Monday afternoon, showing some signs of better organization, strengthening as it moved over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream. That actually aided in strengthening into a tropical storm. Obviously very short-lived due to the amount of wind and rain from this pretty steadily moving small-scale feature. Danny's not going to be, it's going to be very low on the impact scale. Gusty winds may be felt from the storm. The main threat would be persistent downpours, maybe a bit of flash flooding that could occur. Let me look over and see if we have any. Not really even seeing any flood warnings. The bulk of the precip is all the way over into central Georgia now, where we see some showers and thunderstorms in toward Macon, Georgia, down into Americus, Georgia. Some of this rain going to probably be pushing through LaGrange through the overnight hours. It looks like the center of circulation is, where would that be about now? Put things in motion. Probably down toward Macon, in that vicinity as we speak. So really, there's not a whole lot of precip with the system impacting that region. You find still some spotty showers back into parts of South Carolina. There's another feature they're monitoring for development, an area of low pressure embedded with some robust, a robust tropical wave. This is over the eastern Atlantic, producing areas of rain and thunderstorm. This is Invest 95L. It's been on the radar for the last several days. Could see some gradual development as it tracks across the Atlantic. It's possible it could gain enough organization to become a depression over the next day or two. Even if it fails to organize into a tropical system, gusty showers and storms are likely in the Lesser Antilles and northwestern Caribbean toward the middle portions of this week. Then there's a third kind of suspicious area of showers and thunderstorms being monitored. A broad area of disturbed weather that's kind of lingering over the western Gulf of Mexico since this past weekend. A weak circulation is evident on some of the satellite photos and the radar loops over the Gulf near the border of Texas and Mexico. This disturbance will probably be pushed inland by midweek, which would end any chance of development. However, the broad area of disturbed weather will continue to produce some downpours and gusty thunderstorms over the western Gulf, southeastern Texas, and northeastern Mexico, probably into midweek. All right, so we're off and rolling in the 2021 Atlantic hurricane season, already up to next system will be E in the alphabet. Danny's in the books. Elsewhere around the country, of course, we're looking at more rains in the central portions of the USA tonight. We've got some flooding issues, especially in parts of Oklahoma. Flash flood warnings in and around the Oklahoma City area. We've got flood watches extending from southwestern Oklahoma all the way up into northeastern Illinois. All along that line where that stalled out frontal system continues to allow the development of showers and thunderstorms. You see some spotty showers up into west central Illinois at this hour. Another line of thunderstorms in central portions of Wisconsin. You'll find spotty showers through parts of northwestern Iowa. Another line back in headed into north central Kansas. Some heavier rains in southeast Kansas. Again, the bulk of the precip from Oklahoma City down into Wichita Falls. Another area of showers and thunderstorms just to the east of Odessa, Texas. Pretty much between Odessa, Midland, and San Angelo. Actually have some rain in parts of New Mexico. Much needed rainfall. Heavier rains to the east of Carlsbad. You'll find some spotty showers and plenty of light to moderate rain from Carlsbad to Roswell, all the way up toward Albuquerque tonight. But they really need the precip. Forecasters are saying that this may be the very beginning of the annual monsoon. out in the southwestern portions of the country. Have more on that coming up here momentarily. Then, of course, the heat wave. To say it's hot in the northwest and western Canada is quite the understatement. For the second straight day, temperatures soaring, unheard of levels for this part of the world. And it hadn't even reached its peak. Forecasters describing the heat wave as unprecedented, life-threatening, historic, all words they're using, as early as the middle of last week. Over the weekend, we saw the beginning of the extended stretch of extreme temperatures. Portland, a city that typically experiences temperatures in the middle and upper 70s this time of year, reached a staggering 112 degrees Sunday, broke the all-time record high of 108 that was actually set on Saturday, the day before. Portland obliterating their daily record high of 100 degrees Monday. Another all-time record 3 days in a row now. Portland hit 115 degrees this past day. Sunday afternoon, the Portland streetcar, the streetcar system in the city, tweeted out a photo of a damaged power cable. In case you're wondering why we're canceling service for the day, here's what the heat's doing to our power cables, the company said. All streetcar service was shut down due to the heat-related power outages Sunday and later extending into Monday. Highest temperature ever recorded in the state of Oregon, 117. This mark was reached by the Dales this past afternoon. Seattle scored your own historic heights over the weekend and again on Monday with a new record setting. I believe it was 107 degrees this past afternoon. According to the National Weather Service, this is the first time the city has passed 100 degrees multiple days in a row. The heat is on in Seattle. So stay hydrated, keep the blinds closed, use your fans. If it gets too hot, head to the cooling centers, which are opened up in the region. Monday, due to the extreme heat and significant increase in electric usage. According to the utility company, parts of Washington were experiencing rolling blackouts. Here we go. According to Power Outage US, over 2,600 of the nearly 200,000 customers tracked in the Spokane area were experiencing a power outage as of 6:45. That's Pacific time, so just a few hours ago. Like temperatures this high are downright life-threatening, especially for the vulnerable population, the elderly, the homeless, anyone without air conditioning. Obviously, we're not getting a whole lot of relief during the overnight hours, as you're mostly in the upper 60s, lower 70s for overnight low temperatures. Eugene, Oregon, the U.S. track and field trials were postponed to 8:30 p.m. Pacific time Sunday due to the extreme conditions. Fans were advised to evacuate the stands as a result of the persistent heat and high energy demands. Those who do have AC and use that to try to keep cool are definitely going to notice their electric bill skyrocketing when you get your next statement there. It's really an odd weather pattern. Looking at the jet stream, the way things are set up around the country right now, it's in my experience, it's more of what you would see in the winter months. During the winter season, you'll see big northward bulges in the jet stream and then big southerly dips in the jet stream. When you get into the summer months, normally the jet stream would set up way up toward the U.S.-Canadian border and essentially move from a west to east pattern across the northern tier of the country. And that keeps, summer-like conditions through most areas, but this extreme bulge in the jet stream coming in off the Pacific all the way up into western Canada, then kind of taking a nosedive right along the Rocky Mountain chain down into central portions of New Mexico, swinging through southern Texas, and then zipping way back up to the north along that stalled out frontal system, which is you're dealing with blistering heat in the Pacific Northwest. We're actually talking about some historic cool temperatures through parts of the Rockies and the Plains. Yeah, rivaling record low temperatures. Even some snow. Now we're talking Portland and Seattle logging the triple-digit highs, 24-hour-a-day cooling centers, rewriting the record books. Even Western Canada, baking to the point that a new national all-time high temperature was set there. The high at Denver International Airport was 73 Sunday. That's kind of chilly for this time of year. High on Sunday was only 70 degrees. The low Sunday dropped down to 55, not far from the daily record of 48 there. You'd normally be about 86 degrees for the high in the Mile High City this time of year. So you're running a good 15 degrees below normal. You will continue to see highs in the 70s, lows in the 50s, probably through Tuesday and Wednesday. Temperatures plunged even lower at several locations in the Colorado Rockies. You actually hit the freezing mark Sunday night, if you could imagine that. 10 to 25 degrees below normal across a large area of the central and southern Rockies. It's that big buckle in the jet stream. While the Northwest is in the throes of a prolonged heat wave, a forecast for heavy snow Saturday night put the start of the auto race at Pikes Peak in Colorado in question. It's unusual. I wouldn't say it's super unheard of to have a snow in June in some of the high country of the Rockies, but distance-wise, quite the contrast in temperatures from, say, Denver to Portland and Seattle. Just kind of a crazy weather pattern we're under. All right, there's a look at some of your travelers' weather around the country as we get things underway on a Tuesday morning. Who's checking in? Here we go. Oh, that was Steve Sommers said that. Colton first out of the box. There's our old friend William down there in Florida. Dance off, pants off. Let me see. Hot and muggy in East Pennsylvania near Philly. That's John checking in. 5-stop in Dallas Friday. Let's see. Morning from Steubenville, Ohio. Thank you for checking in there, Scott. There's another Scott checking in from Cincinnati. Zorro, another night. Morning, Steve. Let's roll. Be safe, everybody. John checking in. Chevy guys with us. Dale, morning from Jacksonville. 77 degrees. Partly cloudy tonight. Have a great, safe night out there. 77 and kind of swampy in Marion, Ohio tonight. Too hot to play outside today. Yeah, I'm looking, according to the thermometer outside the secret bunker, we're at like 78 degrees right now. 78. Past the midnight hour. Hey, there's your midsummer-like temperatures here in the Ohio Valley. Kevin checking in from northern Illinois, 69 degrees, 98% humidity. Yeah, that's what you can really notice, the muggy conditions. Salute to all the truck drivers out there. Steve, keep up the good work. I'll do my best. Tank checking in. Happy Tuesday. 78 degrees here in Arizona on I-40 tonight. It's been a pleasant evening. Temperatures in the 60s and 70s across New Mexico and Arizona. Headed out to Fontana. Monty Python checking in. Morning, Your Honor. The countdown begins. 4 more days to retirement. How about that? Kind of your final week on the road, huh? Are you really ready for that? Patsy says, hello to all. What a beautiful night in southeast Nebraska. Looper, good morning, Your Honor. Took delivery of some hybrids this afternoon. Kicking and screaming my way to this golfing century. Hoping to dodge the raindrops tomorrow and get it a quick 9, all right? Ron checking, Captain Ron checking in. Hello, gang. Waiting on my relay driver at the King Frog Complex in Adel, Georgia, where it's 77 degrees. It's time now for my mandatory DOT beauty nap. All right, Captain Ron, Get a good nap. Yeah, you need some beauty rest, right? It's 844-844-3388 as we get things underway on a Tuesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Let me see. Here about an hour or so ago, a little after 10 o'clock, got an email from Possum Breath. My. A little bit lengthy, but I've got to share this with the listening audience. It almost brings a tear to your eye. Hello, Steve and radio family. Just wanted to say hello and thank you to everyone who's called and emailed me during this unbelievably hard time. And I want to specifically thank George, a.k.a. Big Moose. Yeah, the other day, he and I were going through some old photos and paperwork, trying to find a few things to help square away my late wife's estate. While doing so, I came across the title of the first car I ever bought, a 1937 Auburn Boat-Tail Roadster. I recalled buying it in 1959, just 2 months before our wedding. After relaying all this to George, he said, well, why don't we run the VIN? See if the old thing still exists. Now, I had traded the car in 1960 as partial payment on an auto car truck. Well, after a few phone calls and some emails, we found out Thursday the car had been restored in 1994. It was in a private collection in Wisconsin. Well, unbeknownst to me, George had worked out a trade deal, and about 4 o'clock this past evening, he handed me the keys to my very first automobile. My, so many precious memories flooded my mind as I sat behind the wheel for the first time in 60 years. I openly wept as I thought about picking up a beautiful young woman for a date who would eventually give me 3 wonderful children and over a half-century of wedded bliss. I've only been blindsided 3 times in my 85 years on this planet. The first was a North Korean rifle round I took to the shoulder. I didn't see it coming. The second one was when then-President Kennedy was assassinated. I didn't see it coming. The third was today when the best friend I've ever had in this life blessed me with a gift that cannot be measured by monetary means. I absolutely did not see this coming. I've been very fortunate in my life. I've been blessed with good health, family, friends, lots of love. And I'd like to say this, the word friend gets thrown around a lot these days, and in many instances, the word acquaintance might be more fitting. A true friend has your back through thick and thin, good and bad, happy times and sad times. They may disagree, but will never judge. They may get mad, but they won't hate. They may be far away or right next to you. They may be absent, but never gone. And they may not be blood, but they share your heart. I've been lucky. A lot of people never had a true friend. I've been blessed with 3. The first, my wife, my love, my soul's mate. The second, my brother from another mother, Curtis Wilson, a.k.a. Ratchet Jaw, who I met on the battlefields of Korea in 1952. The third was a tall, gangly kid with a worn-out cab over I met at a truck stop in 1979 and immediately bonded with. George Brown, a.k.a. Big Moose. I've really been feeling sorry for myself in the last several weeks. Yeah, mourning is definitely a fuel for depression, but today, as the wind was blowing and the sun was shining as I drove that old buggy, by the way, it's 1,000,000 times better now than it was when I first had it. I took a long, deep look at the last 85 years and realized just how blessed I've truly been. If the good Lord decides I need to go tomorrow, I cannot complain. Listen up, youngsters. Don't waste your life chasing money and wealth. Live every day like it's your last. Love those who love you, need those who need you, and appreciate every breath you take. It doesn't matter if you've got money or not. It does matter if you have happiness or not. Yeah, you'll never see a hearse stop at an ATM. Now me and my buddy are going to grill us a pork chop and drink a Blatz or 2 or 3. Tomorrow we'll get the paperwork straightened out and we'll be headed back to the home base, probably Wednesday. Everybody be safe. How about that? He sent me photographs, and I'll have to see if I can. Yeah, maybe Moose shared them, but if he did, I'll pull them up and share them on Facebook. But that's incredible. In 1937, kind of looks like it just rolled off the showroom floor. Supercharged. Yeah, they don't make them like that anymore, do they? That is incredible. Congratulations, Possum. Enjoy that. Can you imagine? All right, we'll get to your calls momentarily. It's 844-844-3388. Looks like the Carolina Monkey Gouger is going to check in. He'll be first out of the box, but since we're so close to the news, let me take care of that first. Meanwhile, day number 5 of an unprecedented international rescue effort. Just more grim news. 2 more bodies pulled from the twisted metal and concrete there in Florida. The death toll officially now 11. and prospects are very dim of finding any survivors, obviously. The announcement Monday night of the latest body to be discovered means 150 people still unaccounted for. This could very well become one of the nation's deadliest mass casualty events. According to the mayor of Miami-Dade, our teams have made significant progress on the site. The numbers are very fluid. They will change. Police department Monday night also identified 3 more victims who had died in the collapse. Also this past day, as relatives of the missing embarked on a second accompanied visit to the disaster scene so they could actually grieve. State and federal authorities pledging additional manpower, hoping to find survivors, and of course, primarily to understand why the 12-story building suddenly collapsed in the middle of the night. Florida's chief financial officer and fire marshal said that all 8 of the state's urban search and rescue teams, we're talking like 370 people, have been deployed to Surfside. Now, this is the largest deployment for a non-hurricane-related assignment in the state's history. Workers were running 12-hour shifts. They did use a crane to remove a 25,000-pound chunk of concrete, a plan that had to be approved by engineers because of the danger of the pile shifting too drastically. White House said more than 50 federal employees have been dispatched to Surfside as well, including some from the FBI, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, and the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which they may actually wind up leading the probe into what occurred there. All right, news break. As we roll into the early hours of a Tuesday, hope your week's off to a good start. Jump on in here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Iranian-backed militias have launched rocket attacks at U.S. troops in northeastern Syria in retaliation to being hit with airstrikes on Sunday night. The exchange coming as the Biden administration is pushing to return to a nuclear deal with Iran. Speaking with reporters while hosting Israeli President Reuven Rivlin at the White House on Monday, President Biden told Rivlin that Iran wouldn't get a nuclear weapon under his watch.
It's something that I often say, if there weren't nuclear, we'd have to invent one. And so this includes, we're committed to unwavering commitment to self-defense. And today we're going to be discussing a broad range of challenges, including Iran. What I can say to you, Iran will never get a nuclear weapon on my watch, as they say.
This is USA Radio News.
If your loved one has passed away due to COVID-19, pay close attention to this message. You could be entitled to a death benefit of over $300,000. The U.S. government has set up a fund to pay families relief if they've lost a loved one due to COVID-19. We know this is a hard time for you, and this fund has been set up by the federal government to help ease your pain. The compensation includes a death benefit and lost wages benefit. Time is limited, so we urge you to make a free phone call right now. There's no cost to you for this claim. All legal fees are only covered once you receive your money. So if you've lost a loved one due to COVID-19, call the legal helpline right now to find out if you qualify for a cash award. Here's our number, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018, 800-923-9018. That's 800-923-9018. Paid for by the IPG.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Checking in here, John. Hello, Steve. And hello, everybody from Honolulu, Hawaii. There's Miss Millie. Morning, Steve. A warm 77. Muggy here in northeast Kentucky. I'm loving the lights. Everybody be safe. Take care. Looking forward to another great program. Yeah, you like that? Little red, white, and blue theme. It's the best I can do. That blue really pops down below, doesn't it? There you go. Yeah, getting all juiced up for our 4th of July celebration. What a party that'll be. Karen, hello everybody from Beaver Falls. Motor safe out there. Eskimo Mom. Got safety in our office this week, doing truck permits, driver e-log checks. I don't know if it's a random audit or we're maybe throwing too many red flags. But I've passed muster so far. Checking you out, huh? going over the books with a fine-tooth comb. Let's see. Kentucky Ken checking in. Morning, overnight drive. And Steve, let's all have a great, safe night. Most undoubtedly. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Happy Tuesday from Marks. See Justin, 81 degrees in Indianapolis. Hello, everybody. Be safe out there. Lauren, referring to the building collapse there in Florida, said, the mafia got a lot of construction contracts in Miami and South Florida back in the 70s and 80s. Okay. Oh, One Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan, where it's 72 degrees. Good to have you all with us. There's the Carolina Monkey Gouger. I'm sorry, wait a minute.
What?
It's the Carolina Monkey Spanker.
How you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. Did you realize you have a new handle? You've been dubbed the Carolina Monkey Spanker.
Oh, man, I tell you what, I've been called everything on this radio show now. Let's see, I was called Quinlan or Caitlin, and so the Monkey Spanker, that's a new one on me.
You got that. You got that handle. You got that handle from the Roadmaster. He called a few nights ago, and he was saying, "Yeah, who's that guy that calls in? The Monkey Spanker or Monkey Guy?" And everybody got such a charge out of that. We said we're going to have to just start calling him that. Yeah, we're doing all right. You've been spending a lot of time at the Marina Del Rey, I see.
Well, Steve, I'm gonna tell you something. You heard about the vacation from hell? Last week, we went on the vacation from hell. Excuse me. And I mean hell. We were staying down there at the Myrtle Beach Yacht Club down at the Grand Dunes. Supposed to be this Frankie-ass motel down there, right?
Yeah.
Gonna be down there 5 days, 5 nights, and everything was going to be all right, We stayed there one time before, kind of liked it, so we decided we'd go back, and rent us one of them pontoon boats that's got them blinking lights on it, and go up and down the intercoastal waterway with the loud music playing, and, drinking the margaritas and all that good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got down there, they not doing that no more. COVID. When we were checking in, they informed us that there would be no room service. If you wanted new sheets or your room clean, you would have to do it yourself. They give you a bunch of trash bags, and you set the trash out in the morning, and, if you needed sheets or towels, you call down to the desk, and they would come up there and lay them beside the door, knock on the door, and leave. I said, what the hell is this? Well, we're short-staffed, and we can't go in the rooms with people in there, COVID. I said, COVID's been over with for 6 months. I said, ain't this something? So, that started it right there. That just really PO'd me. I come out the parking lot going down to eat, or thought we was going to go eat, get pulled over by the highway patrol. And I said, David said, what have you done? I said, I ain't done nothing. And he pulled me over, and he said, sir, says, I stopped you. He said, part of your license plate is missing. I said, do what? He said, yeah. I said, part of your license plate is missing. And said, I just want to check your registration, all that. And I said, ain't no problem. So I got to talking to the guy, and come to find out he was a highway patrolman up there in Sumter County and knew JJ and everything. And he said, well, if you know him, it ain't stolen. I said, no. I said, that's my son. And he said, you're going to have to get this fixed, before you travel. He said, I would recommend you going back to the motel. And I said, man, we going down here to find something to eat. He just kind of said, well, good luck. And I said, all right. He said, you'll be all right tonight. So, we went down there thinking we was going to go down to the boardwalk at the beach and go in one of them nice places to eat. You've been down there to the boardwalk at the beach. all them restaurants on that waterfront circling that place are gone. They're boarded up. If you did find a place down there to eat, there was an hour or 2 hour waiting list to get in there, and then they wasn't gonna guarantee you was gonna get served because guess what? Limited staff.
Mm-hmm.
So Monday morning, I get up and go down to the highway department, go get the plate replaced, get all that taken care of. And there's this dude in there that's hacking and coughing and just spraying everybody, and they told us that you got to get out of here. You can't come. You didn't read that sign on the door? Well, I ain't got COVID. I got COPD or something. That lady said, well, you can't come in without a mask. But I ain't got no damn mask. So he started showing his ass. I said, oh, God, here we go, here we go. So anyway, I got up there to the counter, and I told the lady what was going on, and she said, okay, you got the old tag with you. I said, right here in my hand. I showed it to her, and she says, wait, what happened? I said, hell if I know. I said, I just got stopped last night. They told me to come down here and see y'all about getting a new tag. And she said, well, we can fix you up. We'll give you a temporary. So, I put the temporary on, and we're down there during that tropical depression that blew through down there for two and a half days. Raining everywhere. All the golf courses flooded. It was just a mess, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I get up Wednesday morning, I got a scratchy throat.
Mm-mm.
And I told Debbie, I said, I think I'm getting sick. She said, no way you can be getting sick. I said, I'm telling you, I need to go get tested. She said, really? I said, I got the same symptoms that I had back when I got the COVID. I said, I'm telling you, we need to go get tested. I need to go get tested. So we found a place down there that done that 45-minute deal.
Yeah,
You walk in there and swab your nose. And, well, he come out there and took my temperature, and he says, sir, you ain't got COVID. I can tell you that right now. I said, ain't no need to waste that $75. He said that you got something else going on. And he said there's a lot of strip throat going on down here at the beach. And I said, okay. I said, well, you go ahead and test me. So he stuck that thing all the way up to my brain, about poked my little bit of brains I got out through the top of my head. And he run the test, and he come back out, and he said, you're clean. So I told Debbie, I said, look, there ain't no need to go back down there down the main Myrtle Beach. I said, let's go to North Myrtle Beach and find something to eat. So we ended up at this McDonald's, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we sat down and have breakfast or brunch or whatever you want to call it. And I wanted a refill on my coffee, so I went up there and was standing up there. And this man and woman come in, and they were sitting there talking to me, and they asked me, said, well, you in line? I said, oh, I'm getting a refill. And he's okay. So they give me my refill, and I'll leave and go back there and sit down with Deb. And next thing we know, man, this guy is going psycho. I mean, psycho. Throwing stuff, slamming stuff down, people running. All the people in the McDonald's run out the side door. I told Debbie, I said, it might be a good time to get the hell out of here. So we got up and went outside, and the people were standing there. I said, what the hell's going on? Said, well, he ordered a bunch of food in the drive-in and got up there got the bill, and he said he wasn't paying it. And he said, well, if you ain't paying it, you ain't getting no food.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it was like $50 worth of food. So he figures he gonna go in there and jack up the place, right, and get some free food. Well, it didn't work. I said, well, what y'all doing out here? Well, they train us. If something happens like that, we're to get out of the building. And I said, y'all just left us in there to deal with this madman. I said, boy, y'all really brave. So anyway, that day number 3, that day got shot. Go to the golf course. They got the 90-degree rule on. You can't drive, you got to stay in the cart path. That was 5 hours wasted. And so we're coming back down the Strand. I told Debbie, I said, let's pull in this Hooters. See if we can get us some chicken wings or something to eat. Pulled in there, walked right into the place, sat right down. They come over and waited on us. Had our food, had a good little meal there. Only decent set of legs I've seen the whole time I was at the beach. Steve, I ain't never seen so many people down there wearing bikinis that didn't belong in bikinis.
Oh boy, that sucks. That's not a fun time at the beach. Well, let me hold that thought, Monkey Gouger. We'll get the rest of the story. I mean, he's off to the vacation from hell. I thought I saw some pictures from Myrtle Beach. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, that would be our number. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker on a Tuesday morning. All right, get back to Monkey Gouger. So it's just a sequence of events that you're wondering what could go wrong next. Just talking about all the restaurants, I guess, are you talking like the Calabash seafood restaurants and all that are so popular down there? Did they shut down because of the COVID? They actually went out of business kind of thing?
Well, now, Steve, the Calabash, you know where the Calabash and Chuck's Steakhouse and all that up there on that North Myrtle Beach, they were wide open. But, Bo, you couldn't get in there.
Mm-hmm.
And we finally made reservations to eat at Chuck's, but we got up Thursday morning, and Debbie looked at me, and she said, you look like death warmed over. I said, I feel like death warmed. I said, let's blow this popcorn stand. So we got up, and we started back to something. I said, call the doctor, tell him I'm coming, and I'm sick. So she called the doctor. Well, what symptoms does he got? And I said, tell him I'm dying. And he said, well, you're going to get a COVID test before you come in here in the parking lot. And I said, I just had one. He said, well, you're going to get another one. He said, that might have been a false positive. So now they come out there in the parking lot. They got that bamboo stick, look like a Kotex wrapped on it, jab it up to my brain again on both sides. I said, good God Almighty, look at this. So anyway, they come back out in 45 minutes. Another $75 to take that test. Well, now I got $150 in COVID tests. It comes back negative. So he lets me come in. He said, what's wrong? I said, Doc, the man down there at the beach at that fast care clinic said he thought I had strep throat. He said, you been at the beach all week? I said, yeah. He said, it's going round. He said, that's me swab your throat.
Mm-hmm.
I said, oh, hell no. You ain't sticking nothing else in my mouth, my nose, or nothing. He said, come on, sissy. So he swabbed my throat and he come back, yeah, you got strep throat. So, you know, just when you think things can't get no worse, nobody can mess up nothing, right? Well, see, Debbie's retiring in 3 days. She's been working for the state of South Carolina for 40 years. And so she's retiring. It'll be, the end of this month, she's out of there. So all I've been hearing since I've been home is about this 70-inch high-definition TV, state-of-the-art, got everything on it, just state-of-the-art TV. I said, if you want that, I said, that'll be your retirement present. I said, I don't know what else to get you. So she looked around on there and found one pretty good for like $5.50, something like that. And she says, they ain't got one. It's something. They got to ship it in here. I said, well, tell them to bring it on. Well, everybody done left me at the house. They done went off somewhere gallivanting around, all the grandkids and stuff. They couldn't come in the house, so she loaded them up, took them uptown, and they delivered that TV, right? And the fella's unloading it, and I'm out there trying to help him, and we're trying to get it in the house. I get it around there, and they get it off the dollar. I said, oh, hold up a minute. I said, this thing's damaged. He said, do what? I said, look at the front of it. And it looked like something, you're not supposed to lay them things down flat. Well, it looked like somebody took a bamboo stick or something and jammed it, went all through the screen and shattered it. And I said, well, ain't this just going to top it all? So, anyway, he loads it back up. He said, I'll send it back. I said, well, you got to take it back with you. And so she comes home, and everybody's there to pick up the grandkids because I don't want them nowhere around me or in the house. I don't know how contagious this is. And they said, she said, where's my TV? I said, well, there's a little problem. Because we unloaded that thing, and I said, we about got it in the house. And I noticed a big old gouge in the box, and we opened the box up, and they got the screen. It's spider web. She says, is there anything else can go wrong? I said, don't think about it. Don't think about it because it will.
Don't jinx us.
So that was the week from hell. But anybody heading to the grandstand, South Carolina, be ready for long waits and no service.
Wow.
But, Steve, it ain't the Myrtle Beach that we know. I hadn't been down there since this pandemic, and I was just literally shocked at the big restaurants that were closed down. And I mean, go in a place and they say, well, you might get in here, you might not. But the North Myrtle Beach strand, it seemed like they operated pretty much at full capacity, like the Calabash. We did go up to Calabash, North Carolina, and eat the first night we was there. Well, on the way down, I went to Calabash and got some good seafood, got some shrimp and flounder for dinner, Father's Day. That was my Father's Day dinner, but it was pretty good. But, man, down there in the central heart of everything, it's a ghost town down there.
That's amazing. I could only imagine with, a whole year of, nobody really going on vacation, that, how many hotels had boarded up? Any of the hotels shut down?
I didn't see but a few of them old flea bag motels like on that south end down there that were closed. Mm-hmm. All the big ones like that was pretty much going full bore. But like I said, no room service. And there was a good little crowd down there, but everybody was fussing that same thing I was telling you about. And so anyway, we're back on the road. We're going to Dallas. They're putting the truck in the body shop Thursday and going to fix all that hail damage. I'm getting me a load of that American Airlines, and I'm flying back to the house and going to recuperate for about 2 weeks.
Okay, about 2 weeks. You need a 2-week recuperation after vacation.
Oh, man, I'm telling you what, Steve, I told Debbie, I said, this was a vacation from hell. I said, if I'd have known this was going on down here, I would have never come down here.
Yeah.
Come down here to relax and carry on and have a good time and stay cooped up in a motel for 2 days. End up about dying because some idiot didn't have enough sense to cover his mouth. So, there we go. So that's about my two. Anything been happening earth-shattering in the trucking world that we need to know about?
Not that I'm aware of. I know they're still talking about that minimum insurance requirement. OOIDA had an update on that this past day. They got a big coalition, I think 60 groups, that sent a letter to the committee telling them if you try to proceed with this $2 million minimum, not only would it detrimentally affect, especially the small business trucking operations, but it would be a direct impact on the entire economy. That's kind of the big story in the industry headlines tonight, anyway. And we'll give you more on that coming up. Right there, though, we're at top of the hour. We'll get our news update. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Officials in Florida have confirmed an 11th death in the partial collapse of a Surfside condominium tower. Miami-Dade County Mayor Daniela Levine Cava making the announcement Monday as the search and rescue operation continued into a 5th day. Officials say rescue crews are still hopeful that they can find an air pocket where there may still be survivors. Cava said teams have been working around the clock since the collapse last Thursday. No one has been pulled alive from the wreckage since hours after the collapse. 150 people remain missing. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has introduced a bill to establish a select committee to investigate the January 6th riots at the Capitol building. The measure would establish a 13-person committee with 5 members being appointed after consultations with Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. The framework could come to the floor for a vote as soon as Wednesday. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. It's John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health. You've been hearing our messages for a while. You've heard Wayne Allen Root and his extraordinary testimony of what's been going on.
And women, if you have a husband that is struggling or needs a loving nudge, I encourage you to nudge him off the couch and go check out our masterclass on our website, including the amazing testimonials.
And these testimonials are just real people. They're not famous or high-level production. This is real people. People talking on their iPhone. People sitting across from their spouse. They share their real story. For the past 23 years, tens of thousands of people reversing arthritis, diabetes, high blood pressure, neck pain, back pain, migraine headaches, brain fog, lots of challenging things. Be a beautiful, beloved skeptic.
And come check us out at energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com.
Georgia's Secretary of State says he's confident that his state will win a recent lawsuit from the Department of Justice. Tim Berg explains.
The Justice Department announced it's suing Georgia over its election reform laws passed earlier this year, claiming the law impedes on Black Americans and other minorities' right to vote. Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger tells Fox News he doesn't expect the lawsuit to go to the Supreme Court.
I think we'll win at the appeals court, if not at the district court level, because we have the law on our side and we have truth on our side. And all they have on their side is a lot of rhetoric.
This is USA Radio News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Tropical Storm Danny has made landfall in South Carolina after forming earlier in the day. Forecasters say it could bring several inches of rain and winds around 40 miles an hour to South Carolina and parts of Georgia and Alabama. The fourth named storm of the hurricane season is expected to weaken quickly now that it's over land. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Florida's governor is sending more manpower to help with the crisis on the southern border. Lance Pry reports.
After Vice President Kamala Harris spent a few hours in the El Paso, Texas area of the U.S.-Mexico border last week, the crisis continues, and border states are calling for other states to help with the surge of illegal immigrants, drugs, sex trafficking, and other porous border realities. Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida is sending about 10% of the requested state law enforcement officers by Arizona Governor Doug Ducey and Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
Well, we obviously have a crisis. It's a disaster on the border. Texas asked for support from other states. And when we've had disasters, other states have helped Florida responding to hurricanes. So we feel it's the right thing to do. But we also understand this border crisis is not just about border states. The effects of this go all over across the United States, including in Florida with a lot of the methamphetamine.
Governor DeSantis on One America News. Governors in Nebraska and Idaho have also committed to sending assistance. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And several cities in the Pacific Northwest set new record highs as the region bakes amid a severe heat wave. Seattle made it to 102 degrees on Monday, breaking the previous record of 104 set on Sunday. Portland, Oregon set a record high for the third straight day, reaching 115 degrees. Forecasters say a little relief is on the way for some areas as a dome of high pressure moves to the east and is taking the worst of the heat with it. Temperatures in Seattle and Portland should return to the 80s by Wednesday. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
jump back into it. Hour number 2. All right, mentioned last hour the North American monsoon, as they call it, set to bring some much-needed rainfall across the desert Southwest. Yeah, may actually begin to kick in this week. A relatively late start to the monsoon season in many locations, but enhanced shower and thunderstorm activity across the Southwest is expected this week as moisture gets drawn into the region from the Gulf of Mexico and the Gulf of California, as the Northwest, of course, continues to bake in that record-shattering heat wave there. Yeah, the Southwest could see some heat and drought relief throughout the week ahead. According to AccuWeather, monsoon season officially starts on June the 15th. Many cities are right now suffering severe drought that has gripped the region most of the year. Las Vegas, Phoenix, Albuquerque, Tucson, El Paso, just a few cities that are all drought-stricken since the start of the spring. Let's see, since March the 20th, Las Vegas has only picked up 0.02 inches of rain. Okay. Yeah, I mean, 2/100ths of an inch. They would normally see closer to a half an inch. Phoenix has also been under exceptional drought since the start of spring. They've only seen 26% of their normal rainfall. All right, nearly 80% of the western U.S. is in the grips of severe drought. More than 25% of the region is in exceptional drought, as they call it. Temperatures, of course, have been allowed to soar because of the dry conditions, triple-digit highs. When the ground's dry, more of the sun's energy heats the ground and the lower portions of the atmosphere. On the other hand, if the ground is wet, less of the sun's energy is available for heating because it's the evaporation process. So the heat and the drought relief is set to move into the Southwest this week, as it appears monsoon may actually kick into high gear. A combination of that stalled out front and influx of moisture from the broad circulation of Hurricane Enrique over the Pacific, along with a push of moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico and the Gulf of California, should result in some pretty widespread shower and thunderstorm activity there in the Southwest. Storms are expected to spread across much of the Four Corners region through midweek. You get the afternoon hours. Thunderstorms will be most numerous as they pop up across the high terrain and then drift over the lower valleys. So be aware, visibility can rapidly drop to near zero and practically turn day into night with the potential for some of these dust storms, or haboobs as they call it. Places like Phoenix and Tucson through the rest of the week. Any intense downpours from a thunderstorm could cause some of the streams or dry creek beds, arroyos, to rapidly fill. And they flow dangerously fast. They talk about people that sometimes aren't really familiar with the terrain out there, who may be doing things like camping or hiking. The thunderstorm may actually be several miles away, but all of a sudden here comes this torrential rush of water down a dry stream, a dry bed. Meanwhile, what are we looking at here? We get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. First of all, a couple of others were checking in here. Let's see. Crystal says it's a sticky 90 degrees in Kingman, Arizona. Very hot in California this past day. Had 100-plus degrees all day long. Let's see. Right. Yeah. Karen said, poor guy. Yeah. Poor monkey gouger. He's so funny. Jeff says, always love hearing from the monkey gouger. I'm hoping you're liking the links at Lakewood. Right, then there's a story here In our local area, southwest Ohio, it's the entire region, actually. It's kind of a mystery, they tell us. Anybody been seeing dead birds? Songbirds are mysteriously dying across several states, including Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana. What's causing the sudden die-off is a question scientists apparently are scratching their heads. Since May, wildlife officials in various states have had numerous reports of several dead birds or birds with similar symptoms. If they're not dead, they're having symptoms of some sort of a neurological issue. Puffy, swollen eyes, crusty discharge, some of the symptoms spotted in the birds that are falling sick in parts of Cincinnati. Lots of neurological type issues with the eyes, blindness, feather loss on the head. According to the executive administrator of Info and Education for the Ohio Division of Wildlife, the other qualifying indicator, dead birds. It's primarily in the blue jays and grackles. In that family group, researchers say the birds tend to be younger or even baby birds, but the science has not quite caught up with what the illness is or what's causing it. Good evidence shows that it could be something that's bacterial in nature, some sort of strange outbreak. Whatever it is, it does not appear to be affecting all species of birds, though. We've not seen anything in the poultry industry or birds of prey that we know of. The Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife Resources has issued some statewide guidance there, which says clean your bird feeders and bird baths immediately with a 10% bleach solution, and then clean them weekly thereafter. Avoid handling birds. Wear disposable gloves if handling is necessary. I guess if you find a dead bird and you want to put it in the trash or whatever. Keep your pets away from sick or dead birds. That's a standard precaution. The Indiana Department of Natural Resources recommends all Hoosiers statewide remove their bird feeders. They received reports of sick and dying songbirds from 15 different counties in that state. In the meantime, officials in Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana are asking if you see a potentially infected bird, report it to the Wildlife Department. Yeah, I haven't really seen any dead birds. Yeah, there a couple weeks ago there was, I think it was one of those grackles, the blackbirds, that I watched. I think he actually hit a power line, broke his wing or whatever. He ended up slamming into the neighbor's house and kind of fluttering down into the flower bed and was just kind of flopping around, died. I don't know if he broke his neck or what. And then, speaking of the grackles, this is something I was talking with another neighbor several doors down who also has an above-ground pool. Got the solar cover on the pool. And when I told my wife and my mom several days ago, I watched this damn bird come up, land on the railing of the pool with bird crap in its mouth or its beak, and actually drop it in the pool. And they thought I was nuts. And the neighbor that has another above-ground pool, I mean, the solar cover was covered in bird poop, where these grackles, that's the only kind I've seen do it. Yeah, and in my life, I've never seen a bird come up and actually drop bird droppings in your water or your pool out of their beak. He surmised, he said, all I can figure is maybe they're cleaning out their nest or something, because he's had the same problem with his. They have bird crap all over the solar cover. Craziest thing, but it seems to be the grackles. Maybe somebody with a little wildlife experience can fill us in. All right, we'll get to Bass Ackwards coming up here. Steve's on the line, and you want to jump on board, it's 844-844-3388. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. I've been using Hot Shot Secret's EDT for over 8 years. When I first bought my truck, my local MPG was between 17 and 19. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got an email just moments ago from one of our listening friends, Shaky, who said, I live on the Johnson County, Bartholomew County line in Indiana. He said, hey, I have been finding quite a few dead birds in my yard. I did a quick search and I found an update from WHIO up in the Dayton area this past day. And pretty much reinforcing what we were just talking about, the Ohio Department of Natural Resources giving some additional information about this mysterious disease affecting birds. They said the following songbirds are being affected by the disease: blue jays, common grackles, European starlings, American robins, and house sparrows. Symptoms reportedly include like a white crust in the bird's eyes, leading to blindness, damage to the nervous system, making it unable for them to fly. The interim director of the Ohio Wildlife Center says they've seen this, they've identified this in other states as well: Virginia, Delaware, Maryland, Indiana, West Virginia. Ohio Department of Natural Resources said at this point, we do not have an update on what's causing the disease. People are advised, take down and clean bird feeders and bird baths, again with a 10% bleach solution, especially if you're seeing any sick or dead birds in the area. They do say if you happen to spot dead birds on your property, you can call 1-800-WILDLIFE. There's a toll-free number they've got set up, 1-800-WILDLIFE. Guess they're trying to get a better handle on what's going on. All right, let me get to Bass Ackwards there with us tonight. And that's not, of course, what it says on the screen, but what's going on?
Don't tell me it says shish kebab again.
Well, that's still there from last night. Now it says Mac Shack. Mac Shack just wanted to check in. Hello, Mac Shack.
Oh my God. I don't know what's wrong with this phone, Steve. Man, I don't know. Them birds got a strep throat or something.
Yeah, something going on.
I tell you what, I don't know if I want to go on vacation after hearing what Monkey Gouger went through.
Doesn't sound like I want to go to Myrtle Beach. You might be better off doing a staycation, right?
I normally go down to Orange Beach. I kind of like going down there in Alabama. Of course, I've been to Panama too. I've been to Myrtle Beach, Daytona, all of them. But I kind of like Orange Beach myself. Well, I'm sitting in damn traffic here. I had a chance to get off at this exit, kicking myself in the ass. I'm somewhere around Canton, Texas, on I-20, just about 50 miles, I'm thinking, east of Dallas on 20 here.
Uh-huh.
It just come to a dead stop. I've been sitting here probably about 20 minutes. I don't know what the hell's going on. But anyway, I was listening to news. Of course, I just catch pieces and pieces. That's why sometimes I let you check in on it for me. Around Nashville up there, kind of in my area, about where I live, pretty close to it. I heard that there was a van plowed into a vehicle, and with the name of the guy that plowed into the other guy was a Carlos something. I was just wondering if he was an illegal alien, but he admitted he had about 6 drinks. The guy he hit actually died. So if you heard anything about that, maybe if you find something on it, throw it out there. I was also listening today. I know you probably heard this, but I'm going to run it by you anyway. Actually, out there in San Francisco, they got such a homeless problem. And of course, I've seen it. I've been up there. Portland, too. They're talking about adding more tents. They're actually putting tents out there, 12 by 12 tents, supplying water and food, $5,000 per tent a month. And I guess the people out that way are bitching like hell because not only the $5,000 a month, which is about $60,000 a year, it's just more homeless people coming up into the area. So I don't know if you've seen anything about that. But I'm on my way to L.A. I'm probably going to go on up to Arlington, Washington. And you wouldn't believe what Portland looks like, Steve. When the damn Antifa people got
after a year of riots.
Say again, you broke up.
After a year's worth of riots, place looks like a hellhole. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, you could see the bridges, even the signs. Every damn thing you see has got graffiti on it. It looks like you come into a third world country. You know, you got people coming from all over the world. They come over here and they go into Portland, which is actually a beautiful city. And they see all that crap. And I bet they're wondering, why in the hell did we tolerate that, put up with that? But, and I tell you what, Steve, you could see tents along the interstate. Let me pull my damn brakes here. You see tents along the interstate all the way up through there. I mean, right behind people's homes. I mean, that would piss me off if I had kids, you know. I mean, these people can just come over the fence. I don't know how they get away with that. But they got, some of them actually got damn cars sitting right next to them. They got a car to ride and they're living in tents and there's trash all over the damn.
Wow, living out of their car and in the tent.
Yeah, and their tent. And I'm going to tell you, you know, it's, and there's trash just rolling down the hills right into the interstate. And I mean, for miles and miles, the whole place looks trashy. You know, if I was the damn mayor up there, And if I was going down the interstate and I seen that, I would have to do something about it because, everybody's pointing the fingers at him, but I don't see anything getting done. Of course, that is in a liberal town. All these Democrat states, they're going through this crap. L.A., Portland, and I see some of it up there in Washington State. I mean, they're everywhere. But anyway, I had something else to ask you, and I forgot it. And I got to get on my phone here and see what the hell's going on up here. I got that damn, what is it, that Joe Biden moment, whatever it is.
Yeah, right. Old timers.
But anyway, you can look on your screen there, number 3, okay? You said I called in twice last night.
That says you got number 3. That is correct.
Got number 3 down, right? Okay, We'll make it 4. I'm trying to call in, get you up to number 4 or 5 before the wife takes back over next week. So I'll be back in the sleeper, and hell, she'll be driving and listening a little bit to you there. And sometimes, like I said, it works its way around. I get to call in, so that's what I'm doing. It's good to hear from Monkey Gouger out there again, and definitely want to stay away from him. He's probably got even all them damn birds out there to strip throat. I don't want to be around him.
Exactly.
What the hell is he talking about? What the hell is he talking about? Hailstorm. Where'd he get in the hailstorm at?
That I'm not sure. Did I miss that when he was on vacation or something?
I don't know if he's on vacation, but it's something about he's going to leave his truck in Dallas and fly home or something. They're going to fix it. I just caught bits and pieces of it at the end there before he signed off.
Maybe
he must have gotten in a hell of a hailstorm somewhere.
He probably got into that when he was in Texas here a while back, because several weeks ago he had posted some of the pictures of the hailstorm that he got caught up there while he was in Texas one morning. That's probably what it was. That's back about the time. Speaking of which, shattered windows, dented cars, damaged homes and businesses. That was the reality for portions of Texas and Oklahoma here a couple months ago. The massive hailstorm pelted those two states. Hailstones ranging in size from golf balls and baseballs to grapefruit size. One stone in particular has made a name for itself. It is a record breaker, they tell us. Report released by the National Center for Environmental Information here a few days ago, confirming there was one hailstone that fell amid that storm that broke the record for its unheard-of size as the largest hailstone in the state of Texas. The State Climate Extremes Committee confirmed it unanimously. It fell about a mile south-southwest of the center of Hondo, Texas. Little after 7:30 Central Time on April the 28th, it measured 19.73 inches in circumference, 6.4 inches in diameter. It weighed in at 1.25 pounds. One hailstone. All right, that is severe. The record-breaking stone officially measured on May the 6th after it appeared to have shrunk in size from April the 28th, the day it was originally photographed. The finders of the hailstone had actually put it in the freezer, but they didn't put it in a plastic bag or another sealed container, which allowed it to actually kind of shrink while it was in the freezer. All right. But 6.4 inches in diameter. That'll give you a headache. News break time here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has introduced a bill to establish a select committee to investigate the January 6th riots. The measure would establish a 13-person committee with 5 members being appointed by Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. The Speaker is also considering including a Republican member among her 8 appointees to the committee. The framework could come to the floor for a vote as soon as Wednesday. U.S. troops in Syria came under fire again on Monday as a number of rocket attacks were launched at an oil field in eastern Syria controlled by U.S.-backed forces. A military spokesman said no U.S. personnel were injured and that any damage was still being evaluated. The attacks haven't been attributed to any group yet. It comes a day after the U.S. launched airstrikes at facilities of an Iranian-backed militia in response to a number of drone attacks on U.S. facilities in the area. And a 3.9 magnitude earthquake has struck near San Francisco. There were no immediate reports of any damage or injuries. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Allen Root from my great friends at Freedom Fest. Have you ever been to Mount Rushmore in South Dakota? Well, here's your opportunity. This July 21st through 24th, thousands of liberty lovers are headed to South Dakota for the greatest libertarian show on earth, Freedom Fest. This time held at the Rushmore Civic Center in Rapid City, South Dakota, with a record-setting crowd. Here's your chance to make new friends and meet the country's top political and business leaders, authors, and filmmakers in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Some of the star speakers this year: South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, Dr. Drew, Larry Elder, U.S. Senator Mike Lee, U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis, the CEO of Whole Foods, John Mackey, Steve Moore, John Funn, Grover Norquist, Tom Woods, and the infamous pandemic mock trial. Go to freedomfest.com. Use promo code WAR50 to get $50 off the registration fee. That's freedomfest.com. With promo code WAR50. Fly there, drive there, bike there, RV there, be there. Freedom Fest in South Dakota. Get your tickets now at freedomfest.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
I'm not sure. Maybe at some point we'll get an update from Heatwave. He checks in this morning. Saw some pictures on Facebook where it looks like he came in direct contact with an elk this past day, which did some pretty significant damage. Looks like on the driver's side front. Yeah, got him on that quarter panel. Tore a bunch of stuff. I think he said we sat on it. We waited for a tow truck for like 6 hours. Guess the tow truck's taking him to Denver, I thought he said. He said maybe he'll give us a full report here at some point. Let's get back to the calls, though. Meanwhile, here, Steve's on the line. Hello, Steve.
Hey, good morning, Steve.
Morning.
How are you doing? How was your weekend?
Good. Cannot complain. Now just getting geared up for the 4th of July weekend. Get the celebration on. Hey, Steve, did you run out of cell right at the wrong time? Are you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you are kind of. You might be. Hello, you might be in between cells there.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. Yeah, did you get to use that pool after cleaning all the bird crap off your cover?
Exactly. Yeah, we had to take the cover off, put it out in the yard, and spray it off with the pressure wash.
You may have to think about investing in one of those like iron domes, put over the pool.
Yeah.
For the bird. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a bleach tray, electric fence around the rim. Just make sure you unplug it before you get in there. Get in there, Steve.
Right.
Anyway, start off on a lighter note tonight. That was one of the nicest letters I've heard in years from Pops and Breath.
Yeah.
I wonder if Big Moose gave him that name. I'd like to know where he got his name from. But anyway, man, Big Moose, if I had one friend in the world like you, and you sound like a really good friend of that guy, man, I'd be the luckiest guy in the world. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, what a story that is. Heartfelt story.
Yep.
Good to hear. Steve, I'm sure living in Cincinnati, you've been to Montgomery Inn, right?
Absolutely. Don't get there very often.
Yeah.
It's a little on the pricey side, but I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, the first time I went to the Blue Ash Fireworks about 5 years ago, I had a baseball tournament there with my son. So we ended up being at the hotel right across from the park there and saw the Doobie Brothers and great fireworks, by the way.
Yep.
So we ended up going to that Montgomery Inn, and come to find out, they sell their barbecue sauce in the Kroger's.
Oh yeah.
So I stocked up on 4 or 5 bottles, and last night I had some good barbecue pork I made, pulled pork, and threw a bottle of Montgomery Inn sauce in there, and man, I'll tell you, That's some great sauce. But they have really good ribs there. Really good ribs. So are you going to the fireworks this year at the Blue Ash? Do you guys go to that?
Not typically. We don't. We typically end up doing our own thing here. I know the fireworks is on this year. They're not going to have the music and the entertainment stuff, but just the actual fireworks show. Now, I don't think we've ever been to the Blue Ash one. I don't believe.
Yeah, they put on. When I went, they had the Doobie Brothers there, and there was probably there was thousands of people. It was great. It was a really, really good time. I really enjoyed myself. But so, did you happen to catch any of Trump's speech on Saturday on Newsmax?
I did not catch it live. I do have kind of like the update of what he had to say, and he didn't have much fond to say about Biden or this current administration, did he?
No, I kind of listened to it on my phone. I had to work Saturday night, so I was listening to it. But I pretty much got to give him about a C+ on the speech because, I mean, he did touch on some good things, Steve, but the thing he really harped on constantly was the stolen election. And all the. I think he should kind of stop doing that. Let's move forward. Let's make progress because I understand we want to find out what happened and try to fix it.
But even if they do figure it out,
on that too much.
Even if they do find out that there were improprieties or duplicated ballots or whatever the case might, they're not going to overturn the election. So you're right. I mean, if they find improprieties in Maricopa County or Fulton County, I mean, none of them are actually going to change what transpired. So you got to start looking forward to changing things in 2022 and 2024.
Exactly. He did talk about critical race theory. He talked about Iran. He talked about the border a lot. So he did touch on those subjects, but I think he really, really harped way too much on the stolen election. That was the only part I give him a bad review on. Other than that, the crowd was fired up. It seemed like it was a really, really good rally. And then he endorsed that congressman that's running, I believe, in the 16th district of Ohio. I guess he worked in the White House for Trump for about 4 or 5 years. So he seems like a good guy. He's trying to oust that Tony Gonzalez you guys have. I guess he's a rhino. But Steve, the last two things I want to touch about. The first one is the left-wing media. Okay, we've talked about this before. How they're the cause of a lot of the problems that's happening in this country. They attack, and they tell numerous lies about Republicans. They're just, I've said it for a while. They're a bunch of communists, these news outlets. And I'm going to give you an example, Steve. During 9/11, this country came together when we had that tragedy. So the same thing in Miami. You notice that them people in Miami, whether they're Democrats, Republicans, these politicians, they're putting their politics aside, whether it be the mayor, the congressman. They're all trying to work together to help those families down there. They don't care whether they're a Republican or a Democrat. But the Washington Post came out with an article attacking Ron DeSantis for not acting swiftly enough. And then Chuck Todd on Sunday tried to get the Democratic mayor of Miami to talk bad about Ron DeSantis. That's what these reprobates are doing. I mean, it's just sickening how they try to go after somebody, like a Ron DeSantis, because they want to try and destroy him, Steve, because they know what's going to happen in 2024. He's either going to run for president or he's going to run with Trump. And they want to find stuff on him. They want to try and destroy him and make him look bad. It's just incredible. These news outlets. I mean, they are just horrendous. Really, just disgusting. I mean, I listened to the Democrats down there how they were talking. About Ron DeSantis, and there was a bunch of Democrats that pushed back against that that woman reporter from the Washington Post. I mean, they really gave it to her, which was good. And then the last thing, Steve, is about that Olympian who won that bronze medal in Oregon.
Yeah, how about that?
What was it, Saturday?
Isn't that sickening?
You know, Steve, if you don't like it in this country, if these CRT, Marxist, communist, indoctrinated college kids do not like it in this country, get the hell out. Just get the hell out. Go to Somalia and see how you're going to be oppressed there. Go to China, Russia, Venezuela. You want to talk about oppression. Go to Iran. I mean, this is absolutely disgusting. You know, she should not even be allowed to compete for the U.S. Olympic team. And then did you hear Psaki, what she said? She defended her.
Yep. The administration's defending her.
Defended her. She has a right for our past sins. I mean, this is the poison that they're spreading, Steve. And this is why the attacks on the police keep going on. This is why the attacks on Jews keep going on, and so forth. It's just disgusting. You know, I lived in Aurora, Steve, right in the town right next door. And I'll tell you, Aurora, Illinois, I heard you talk about that story last night on the podcast. They've got a very tough police force. They've got gang problems. There's a lot of blacks and Hispanic gangs in that city. It's kind of like a little suburb of Chicago, but it's like Chicago. A lot of drugs. And they've got a very tough police force. And they will not stand for this. I guarantee. But you can see what's happening. We talked about it the other night. How these people are not afraid of cops anymore because of the rhetoric and the poison that's coming out of the White House and Black Lives Matter. That's where this is all coming from. It's just irreversible, Steve. It's just unbelievable. Every day it's something new with this administration. I just could not believe that she defended that. You know, how many men and women have died for that flag? Just disgusting.
She turned from the flag, and of course, that was the playing of the national anthem, no less. I mean, that's what we've come to in this country. Gwen Berry's her name. Yeah, I guess she was on the podium, the trials that have been ongoing out there in Oregon. And she turned away from the flag when the national anthem played. The other two athletes that were on the podium put their hand over their hearts and looked at the flag. She's got her hand on her hip, facing away from the flag. You get this pissed off look on her face. Sourpuss. Put her left hand on her hip and kind of fidgeted before turning to face the stands instead of the flag. As the national anthem came to a close, she pulled up her black T-shirt with the words, "Activist Athlete," emblazoned on the front to cover her head. She says, I feel like it was a setup. They did it on purpose. The timing of playing the national anthem. I was pissed, she says. They said they were going to play it before we walked out. Then they played it when we were out there on the podium. Oh, I don't really want to talk about the anthem because that's not important. The anthem does not speak for me. It never has, she says. That was her quote. Yeah, the U.S. Olympic Committee had apparently stated athletes competing in trials can protest, including kneeling or raising a clenched fist on the podium or at the start line during the national anthem. Okay, she's a real jewel, right? I'm here to represent those who died due to systemic racism. That's the important part. That's why I'm going. That's why I'm here today. The USA Track and Field said the anthem is played every day at the trials. Scheduled to play at 5:20 p.m., we didn't wait until the athletes were on the podium for the Hammer Throw Awards. The national anthem is played every day according to a previously published schedule. Saturday, the music started at 5:25 p.m. I don't get it. So, she doesn't want to have anything to do with the national anthem playing when she's on the podium? Is that what I understand? Because the anthem does not stand for me, in her words. All right, we'll return in just a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Never really been a fan of the Tour de France. Yeah, that's a big bicycle race. Of course, it's been marred with controversy over the years. Riders doping and whatnot. Apparently there was this, I guess, a massive pileup of cyclists at the Tour de France here a couple of days ago. And it was caused by a woman. She's going to get a Dumbass of the Week nominee. But according to the report, the surgeon for the French Tour de France bicycle race compared the aftermath of Saturday's chain reaction accident involving 50 cyclists to being in a war zone. It was like a war scene, he said. The same chaos, the same moans, bodies everywhere, tangled machines. He's a military medical officer. He said, you can't imagine so much breakage in the midst of the commotion The cyclers getting up and wanting to start again. The most serious cases had to be identified, and in general, these are the ones who are furthest from the accident site because they were thrown. There was chaos and moans that he saw while serving in both Iraq and Afghanistan, is the way he explained it. One of the worst crashes in the Tour de France history. It took place near the summit in the town of Saint Cadu, when apparently a female spectator held out a cardboard sign in the path of German racer Tony Martin, who hit the sign. He went down, and then the chain reaction is on. 50 other riders, resulting in at least 21 injured, and some broken bones and whatnot. Some serious injuries. Even despite the crash, many of the riders, some of them with serious injuries, they actually got back on their bike and finished stage 2. And the doctor said that it was probably just a rush of adrenaline that allowed them to get back on the bikes. The adrenaline rush so bad that it kind of makes you forget the pain. Even a seriously affected rider, one guy with both elbows fractured, another with hip and chest injuries, another had his right shoulder completely disjointed. They all managed to finish the race, the second round. All right. In a split second, there were 50, 60 riders all on the ground. Boom. I guess that's bike racing. Yeah. But they are so close together. And I mean, these guys really, when they're doing some of the downhills and whatnot, they are flat out getting it. They're hauling you know what. Let me jump up to horse feathers quickly. What do we got here? You got an accident report or something? What's going on, horse feathers?
Yeah, Your Honor. Yesterday I guess there's a company I know of here in Pennsylvania, central Pennsylvania, had a rollover accident. And I'm taking it that the driver might have been killed because they said one dead. And I just saw a quick report, but they didn't elaborate too much. So I didn't know if you could use your magical searching abilities there for Columbia County, Pennsylvania, and see what you can come up with for a rollover truck accident.
Okay.
From yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm assuming it's all should be cleaned up and taken care of today, and was probably out on a little state road or county road somewhere by the looks of it. It wasn't anything to be blocking any major highways or anything. So I don't believe there should be any complications with anything else of that nature. So if you have those guys that think that they're either in the race or practicing for the race or all that ride around in your neighborhood, have you ever seen a bunch of them that they put on their little jerseys and they get on their little bikes with their little shoes and their little hats and they go out there and pedal around in people's neighborhoods and stuff? Do you get them out there that think they're in the Tour de France? They're really in America?
I don't see much of that around here. More joggers than anything else, not really cyclists.
Yeah, we get them. We get a bunch of them out here in Maryland, and they get onto state roads. And the one thing about Maryland state roads is that they have no shoulder. I mean, they pretty much paint the white line on the grass. I mean, you got the yellow line in the middle, and when they paint the white line there, they pretty much paint it right on the grass. So the next time the people go and mow their lawns, the white line's all gone and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But they get 20, 25 of them all grouped together, and they ride down the road right in the middle of the driving lane, and doing 25, 30 miles an hour in a 50 mile an hour zone, and you can't get around them, and they'll cross all the way across the yellow line. If you try to pass them, they'll ride on the wrong side of the road to hold you back. And I don't know. It's a wonder more of them don't get killed doing what they do. But I don't know. Just bunch of idiots that never got told to keep their toys in the yard there or something, But they ride around here. They think they're in that race and have the almighty right of way or something. I don't know. So, anyways, the other thing I was kind of wondering about is, did you catch it in that big NHRA race that you guys had out there in Ohio? They had an electric car out there. And I don't know if it was just there for demonstration or whether they're starting a new class for electric cars.
I did see there was an electric car that made a run. I would think it was a 6-second pass, 6 seconds and some change. I did catch that. But yeah, let's pause right there. Hold that thought, horse feathers. When we come back, plenty of room for you. Lines available. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has introduced a bill to establish a select committee to investigate the January 6th riots. The measure would establish a 13-person committee with 5 members being appointed by Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. The Speaker is also considering including a Republican member among her 8 appointees to the committee. The framework could come to the floor for a vote as soon as Wednesday. U.S. troops in Syria came under fire again on Monday as a number of rocket attacks were launched at an oil field in eastern Syria controlled by U.S.-backed forces. A military spokesman said no U.S. personnel were injured and that any damage was still being evaluated. The attacks haven't been attributed to any group yet. It comes a day after the U.S. launched airstrikes at facilities of an Iranian-backed militia in response to a number of drone attacks on U.S. facilities in the area. And a 3.9 magnitude earthquake has struck near San Francisco. There were no immediate reports of any damage or injuries. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special, and the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Officials raised the death toll in the partial collapse of that condominium building in Surfside, Florida on Monday after 2 bodies were pulled from the rubble. The official count now stands at 11 confirmed dead, but 151 people remain unaccounted for 5 days after the collapse. Pablo Rodriguez's mother and grandmother are among the missing. He tells Fox News that he's grateful for the work rescue crews are doing, but he's concluded that he won't see them alive again.
I really do want to thank the first responders. The conditions that they're working under are unimaginable. You really don't have an appreciation for the size of the debris field. It's an entire building that collapsed. The weather is not great down here. It's very hot, very humid. It keeps raining, and they're continuing to work. So I do want to thank them. But it's, as for hope that we're going to be able to see them, that for me doesn't exist. I just hope that they're able to at least recover them so that we can give them a proper burial.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's MyPillow, my slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. MyPillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Georgia's Secretary of State says he's confident his state will win in a recent lawsuit from the Department of Justice. Tim Berg explains.
The Justice Department announced it's suing Georgia over its election reform laws passed earlier this year, claiming the law impedes on Black Americans and other minorities' right to vote. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Reppensberger tells Fox News he doesn't expect the lawsuit to go to the Supreme Court.
I think we'll win at the appeals court, if not at the district court level, because we have the law on our side and we have truth on our side. And all they have on their side is a lot of rhetoric.
This is USA Radio News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And during an event in his home state of Kentucky, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell urged Americans to get vaccinated against COVID, saying that he's a big fan of vaccines in general.
As a few of you know, I was a polio victim when I was a kid. It took 70 years to develop a polio vaccine, 2 of them that worked. Our country, as a result of the CARES Act and the $50 billion we put into Operation Warp Speed, developed not one, not two, but 3 highly effective vaccines in less than a year. It was a modern medical miracle. That doesn't work if people don't get vaccinated. So for whatever influence I can have over those decisions, I want to encourage everyone to get the vaccine.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we jump back in for another hour here. Hold on to the late night, early morning hours. Yeah, work our way into the 29th day of June. Trust your week's off to a good start. Some of our industry headlines from CDL Life this morning. I had that bridge collapse in the D.C. area. What was that, about a week ago? A woman who happened to be driving beneath that pedestrian bridge right as it was brought down by a forgetful truck driver last week. Carol Mills and her daughter were headed to Florida from Erie, PA, when they noticed the truck ahead of them forgot to lower the subframe. That's when the trouble started. You saw the front of the truck raise up. It burst through the bridge, and it looked like the truck was going to flip over backwards. Kind of reminded me of one of those Transformer movies when the vehicle just turned into a robot. The bridge came crashing down around them, and when the dust settled, she found her car had been wedged between the truck and another vehicle with a road sign sitting on her hood, just inches from her windshield. I pushed the brake all the way. Freddie Kello, who was driving the pickup that crashed into the back of Mills, said, I was thinking I'm going to die. Mills then crawled to the other side of the car to get out. Thankfully, her and her daughter were not injured despite the horrifying experience. She said the community was incredibly helpful in getting her and her daughter back on their feet. Someone even offered to drive them to pick up a rental car after they were discharged from their precautionary visit to the hospital. It's kind of the caring nature of the people that impressed us the most. There were all different kinds of people. Black, white, brown, made no difference. The compassion, the caring that everybody showed us is what sticks out in my mind, how people went out of their way to help. She said, D.C. should be proud. Now, officials say that bridge had already been deemed in poor condition after a bridge inspection prior to that incident, and that the city was already considering the eventual removal of that bridge. Too late now, though, right? Then in Nebraska, the Nebraska State Patrol has installed new technology that they say can detect a semi-truck's flat tire as the vehicle travels at interstate speed. They announced the deployment of a new technology system designed to detect safety issues with commercial vehicles traveling on I-80 near the Waverly and North Platte Way stations. This new system includes technology embedded in the pavement of I-80 that detects a flat tire on a commercial vehicle while the vehicle's moving at highway speed. The system then flags the vehicle and requires that driver to exit at the weigh station for the flat tire to be addressed. Also included with the technology upgrades is a camera system that can read license plates of commercial vehicles, as well as the DOT number of each vehicle before reaching the weigh station. They then check for safety issues associated with the truck or the company. The Nebraska State Patrol said the technology allows most trucks that are in compliance to avoid a stop at the weigh station. All right, we'll get some of our other industry headlines coming up. Let me get back with Horse Feathers there. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, right. Thanks for holding me over, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that when that Nebraska deal there, when they find a truck with a flat tire and they flag it to go into the weigh station, now is that driver just going to get let know and informed that he has a flat tire on his truck, or are they going to give him a ticket and fine him and then tell him he has a flat tire on his truck?
Yeah,
because
good.
You can pick up a piece of metal. I mean, I got to a delivery location here last week on somewhere along my travels from where I loaded to where I got to deliver is within a couple hours, and I picked up a piece of metal and I had a flat tire. I mean, it's not, it happens going down the road. It doesn't happen sitting in a parking lot. So, I mean, unless you get out and stop and check your truck every 100 feet, it's possible to actually have a flat tire going down the road without it being a blowout that you might hear. But anyways, but I was just curious, is it about safety or is it about revenue?
Yeah.
I mean, are they just going to tell the driver he had a flat tire, or are they going to give him a ticket and charge him and do an inspection and give them CSA points and all that other stuff?
Well, I guess if they can catch, if you got a flat, I guess what's the next thing that unfolds? You got the flat, and then you end up throwing a big alligator out there on the road that can, cause a crash, maybe.
Possibly. The biggest problem is especially right now, is it gets hot and catch on fire. You end up with a fire out of a flat tire. But the point is that you don't always know when you have a flat tire, and it's just, we don't have indicators in here like the cars do saying, you got low tire pressure in whichever wheel.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. It's just that I want to know if it's about safety or if it's about revenue, because if you're going to give you a ticket and fine you, it's about revenue. If they're going to pull you over and say, hey, did you realize you had a flat tire and we need to get it fixed? Well, then it's about safety.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see how it all works out. People out there running across 80 can report back to us and let us know how that goes there.
Right.
So anyways, you were talking about this supposed, I guess you could call him an individual that's refusing to be American at the American Olympic
Olympian,
trials.
yes.
And so you had another one there, didn't you, that claimed that if they got on the podium, they were going to burn the flag when they were on the podium? Wasn't there a story about that?
That was the transgender BMX cyclist who's an alternate, as they call it, who's made the Olympic team. That was the vow that she made.
Okay, so when it's up on the podium, if it gets up on the podium, can we have somebody standing by with one of those really cold carbon dioxide extinguishers and
put out the fire?
The flag up, and
right.
We just spray it in the flag with the carbon dioxide extinguisher? And then if it still has any of its wrong parts, maybe we could freeze them off or something. I don't know. Just a thought. Did I say that? I probably shouldn't have said that. That was probably mean. I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Anyways, I don't know. The world's just coming to, as Steve said, if you don't like it, get out. If you got a problem with it,
yeah.
Go find another place to live. You know,
a week or two ago when we were talking to Big Ed, well, his niece that was participating in the Miss Oklahoma pageant there. Remember the topic came up about the transgenders participating in those sort of events and beauty pageants. The story yesterday is for the first time in the pageant's history, the title of Miss Nevada USA has been won by a transgender woman. Cataluna Enriquez crowned the winner Sunday at the South Point Hotel Casino in Las Vegas. The 27-year-old won the Miss Silver State USA pageant in March, which was a preliminary competition for the Miss Nevada pageant. She beat 21 other candidates to represent Nevada in the Miss USA pageant coming up in November. The Las Vegas Journal-Review reports that Enrique first took part in transgender pageants in 2016 when she was working as a model. In other words, Horse Feathers, is if in the event that Miss Nevada USA were to win the Miss USA pageant coming up in November, I believe we would have our first ever Miss USA that has a penis.
There you should. No, wait a minute. Shouldn't you have to not have those parts to be able to participate in that competition? I mean, if you're going to want to compete in that competition, shouldn't you be fully qualified for that? To be able to be in that competition?
I'm not aware for sight. I can't say for certain whether or not they've had the surgery, the transition surgery to actually become a quote woman. I'm just assuming it participating as a transgender. I'm not sure. So
yeah. So anyways, hey, to bring things back to my local neck of the woods here. Actually, I got into about tired of that too. I don't know. It was okay when what's his name used to do it there for the morning show there with the weather there. What was his name? Willard Scott or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I don't know. Everybody kind of carries it on. So I don't know. I said it. I guess it's just because we're so used to it. It's common. But anyways, yesterday afternoon we got 90-some degree plus heat out here in Maryland, and apparently our electric grid can't handle it because about every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, the power turns off, but then it turns back on. 5-10 minutes later, it turns off and turns back on. Just it's been off just long enough to screw up like the DirecTV and shut off all your major appliances and all that. Then of course it comes back on, and then there's the big draw, and everything has the big surge start up. Your refrigerator, your freezer, your DirecTV, Dish Network, big draw on the power grid and all that. So anyways, it's on, it's off, it's on, it's off. The power probably cycled 10, 12 times. So neighbor's wife's home and she's all freaking out because the generator's trying to start and then it shuts off and all this crap's going on. And she calls her husband and he's on his way home from New Jersey. So he calls me and I tell him what's going on, and like just go down and just shut off the breakers to the big things, and we got her straightened out. She was good.
And that actually plays havoc on things like your television and whatnot, your electronic devices. That really does not do well for them. I got to pause there. I got to get a quick timeout. We return with more. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, so apparently there were plenty of people at the big rally in Ohio over the weekend, up in the Cleveland area. Donald Trump kicking off the 22 campaign circuit, the rally circuit, rebuking the complete, total catastrophe of the Biden administration. Joe Biden is destroying our nation right before our very own eyes, he says. After just 5 months of the Biden administration, it's already a complete, total catastrophe. I told you. Crime is surging. Murders are soaring. Police departments are being gutted. Illegal aliens are overrunning the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Our poor borders. Yeah, the drug cartels, the human traffickers are back in business like they've never been before. Yeah, they're doing numbers, and they're doing numbers they never even thought possible. Just a few short months ago, drugs were way down, human trafficking was way down, it was all way down. We're going to take back the House in 22. We're going to take back the Senate. And we will take back America. The crowd actually stopped his comments about 10 minutes into the speech with a chant of 4 more years. To which he said, so you have to deliver massive majorities for Republicans in Congress next year. Have to do it. Right here at Ohio's 16th Congressional District. You have the opportunity to elect an incredible patriot to Congress who I know very well. He grew up in this area, believe it or not. He's not a carpetbagger like so many of them. They say, sir, I'm running for Congress. So I say, good. How long have you lived there? Well, actually, I moved there last week. I saw an opening. Max Miller. You know Max. He loves our country. He loves the people of Ohio. Max was a trusted aide of mine in the White House. We had some great people working for me. We had some real losers, by the way, as well. Miller's Republican primary opponent, Gonzalez, is a former NFL wide receiver for the Indianapolis Colts. He was rejected by Trump. Anthony Gonzalez, bad news, Trump said. He's a grandstanding rhino, not respected in D.C., who voted for the unhinged, unconstitutional, illegal impeachment witch hunt. The witch hunt. He's a sellout. He's a fake Republican and a disgrace to your state. I'll tell you that. He's not the candidate who you want representing the Republican Party. He's the candidate of Liz Cheney. That's another beauty. All right. He rebuked Biden's dismantling of his foreign policy progress, particularly with these attempts to kind of re-enter the Iran nuclear deal. But, big crowd showing up for the first kind of, I guess that's the first rally since the whole COVID thing started, right? All right, what are we looking at here? Got a couple minutes before we hit our bottom of the hour news break. Let me get back and finish up with horse feathers. One more thing. Yes, sir?
There you go. So anyways, this guy's wife, my neighbor's wife there, she works for the school district here in Maryland. And so I asked him, I said, so what's going on? Do we have CRT? And he says, absolutely. And so I guess the state of Maryland is all in step in everything with being 75% Democratic with the CRT. But anyways, he's one that, he doesn't listen to our show. I mean, he's a daytime person. He has absolutely very little to do with transportation or anything. So, I mean, he wouldn't even found it if no matter what. But I'm talking to him and he's right there. He knows everything that we talk about through the night. I mean, we went through quite a few subjects and he knows, all the stuff that we talk about all night long. So anybody listening to this show, don't think that it's contained to us. It's across America. There's there's a lot of people out there that, still hear the same news we do and hear the same information. So don't, if anybody's worried that, it's just kind of contained to what Steve digs up and the few people that, that there wouldn't be enough people to overturn this stuff. I'm really thinking come November 2022 that you're going to find there's a lot of people out there across America that feel the same way we all do. And there will be a change. So anyways, I just thought maybe I'd bring a highlight to that because I found it kind of touching that, because I wondered that myself, is whether anybody out of our little world actually understands what's going on out there. And it's hard to explain to people, but I guess you gotta try to bring them these stories that you put out, Steve, and it's good that you put the links out, because if you can't bring hard facts to these people, you can't just tell them something and think that they're going to believe it or get them to even try to change their mind, because without showing them something solid, they won't change their minds. The ones on the other side, because it's just ingrained into them now that they just believe whatever the news media feeds them and the internet feeds them. So anyways, it's good what you do, Stephen. We thank you for doing that. So anyways, hey, with that, I guess keep the rubber on the road, and we'll catch you on the rebound there.
All right. Thank you very much, Horse Feathers. There we go. News break time. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Iranian-backed militias have launched rocket attacks at U.S. troops in northeastern Syria in retaliation to being hit with airstrikes on Sunday night. The exchange coming as the Biden administration is pushing to return to a nuclear deal with Iran. Speaking with reporters while hosting Israeli President Reuven Rivlin at the White House on Monday, President Biden told Rivlin that Iran wouldn't get a nuclear weapon under his watch.
It's something that I often say, if there weren't a nuclear, we'd have to invent one. And so this includes, we're committed to unwavering commitment to your self-defense. And today we're going to be discussing a broad range of challenges, including Iran. What I can say to you, Iran will never get a nuclear weapon on my watch, as they say.
This is USA Radio News.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for free pickup. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. Call right now. That number again is 800-280-2144.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
One of the top industry headlines brought up to Monkey Gouger earlier in the program is raising the insurance premiums. What are they talking about? Like what, the $2 million minimum? Yeah, there's a coalition of more than 60 organizations, including OOIDA, that says doing so, increasing the insurance by 167% would be literally a blow to the economy. The OOIDA-led coalition sent the letter this past day to the House Rules Committee asking lawmakers to support an amendment that would remove the insurance increase from the House Highway Bill. The Truck Insurance Coalition includes organizations in the trucking, agricultural, construction, manufacturing, materials, and towing industries. Increasing liability coverage would harm all businesses transporting property, not just long-haul trucking operations, says the coalition. As illustrated by the diversity of our coalition, the impact would be felt in many sectors of the economy that have been working to help our nation recover from the COVID pandemic. This policy clearly does not belong in legislation that's designed to support economic recovery and growth. The Invest in America Act does include a measure that would increase motor carriers' minimum liability from $750,000 to the $2 million minimum. Representative Mike Bost of Illinois is proposing an amendment that would strike that insurance increase from the bill. Now, Bost was raised in a trucking family. He also offered the amendment during the Transportation and Infrastructure Markup hearing earlier this month. During that debate, he offered passionate remarks about why this amendment was needed and called the increase a punishment on the nation's truck drivers. Yeah, the past year, the pandemic, we've relied pretty hard on the working people who drive trucks across the nation. These men and women continue their essential work, stocking the shelves, making sure food is on everyone's table, getting us the supplies we needed, while many of us were trapped in our homes. Now, after praising these individuals for their great work, this legislation turns around and literally punishes them. Several other lawmakers spoke in favor of the amendment during the 30 minutes of debate. Regardless, the committee, pretty much right along party lines, rejected Bost's amendment. The recorded vote, 38 noes to 30 yays. 38 nays, 30 yays. So the amendment did not make it into the legislation. All right. The Truck Insurance Coalition wants the Rules Committee to move Bost's amendment forward so it can be debated on the full House floor. If the House allows this policy to remain in the highway bill, it would jeopardize countless small and family-owned businesses, as well as blue-collar jobs. We therefore ask that you make Representative Bost's amendments in order and allow all representatives to consider this issue on its own merits. Noting the fact that the current minimum is adequate for more than 99% of cases. There's no evidence that increasing the cost of insurance would have any sort of a positive effect on safety in any form or fashion. There you go. Roadmaster, what's happening?
How you doing, Steve?
Doing well. How's your week
things
starting off? Yeah, lay it on
couple
us.
things I want to address tonight. The drivers talked about the flat tire thing in Nebraska that she was going to have at the weigh scales. About a month ago, I stopped over at the old, what we called it, the old Cott County Cat House over at the 440 mile marker in Tennessee. It's about the last decent size little truck stop before you get into the gorge there in North Carolina. I stopped over there, walked around my truck, looked at my tires, went inside, went to the bathroom, got me a pop, come back out, got in the truck. Drove about 50 miles over there to Scales at Canton over at the 37 mile marker, North Carolina. Pulled up on the scales. They threw the red light on me, and I noted my weight was good. Officer come out, looked at my truck, walked all the way around it, come back up, spoke to me. He said, pull over right there on the right there by that service truck there. I want to do an inspection on you. I said, yes, sir. And this officer was really nice. Matter of fact, after everything was done, I went inside and talked to the guy in charge and told him, I said, this officer right here is about nice a guy, professional, straight up, good guy. And he said, do you realize you have a flat on your back axle on the inside? I said, no, sir, I don't. I said, I stopped over at 440 and walked around it, looked at everything. Everything was good there. He said, well, you got a flat tire. And I said, okay. I got out, walked back, looked at it, and it's flat, had a nail in it. And he said he might be able to get that tire man there to fix it there if he's got time. Okay, I said, okay. But he checked everything else out. Everything else is good, And he wrote me a ticket for $30 for a flat tire. And I said, do you think that's fair? I said, I stopped over at the 440, and checked it. It was fine there. I said, I didn't stop between there and here. So he said, do you have a flat tire? I said, yes, sir, I sure do. Did you cross the scales with a flat tire? I said, I sure did. He said, that's why I wrote you a citation. It said, it's just $30. I said, okay. Did I pay it now? He said, no, you can mail it in. I said, okay. I just happened to be that tire man there had time to fix it for his next call. And, I was on my way. I didn't say nothing. It's $30,
Mm-hmm.
But I got to thinking, what can I have done to prevent that? So I just had to open my mouth. I walked back inside. I said, can I speak to you just a minute? He said, sure. I said, let me ask you a question. I'm not trying to be a smart aleck or nothing. I said, and you were an exceptionally nice officer, professional. I said, no problem at all with that. I said, what should I have done? He said, well, to be honest with you, most people stop back there at the 37 at the TA and pull over on the off ramp, and they walk around their truck and look and make sure that they're good before they cross the scales over here at the 42 or whatever it is. I said, well, that's a thought. I've never done that. He said, yeah. He said, a lot of those trucks you see sitting on the side back there at the road, they pull over to, I guess, go to the bathroom and check their tires right there. That way, if they have a flat, there's a TA right there. They can just turn left and go up there and get it fixed before they come down here. He said, I honestly believe you tell me the truth. I said, I am. And, he said this, I'm sorry. It was just one of those things, I said, well, I was guilty. I said, I'm not going to deny and say it wasn't. But it just seemed like it's kind of crappy that, I said, I can stand a $30 fine. It's my truck and trailer, so I can understand it. It's just, Anyway, that's kind of addressing what he was talking about. Is that a safety thing? A guy told me once years ago, he said, don't cross scales. He should just pretend like they're all open all the time and go around them. He said, because until they get a Better Business Bureau sticker on that scale house door, they're not there for safety or for public service. They're there for revenue, and that's it, period.
Mm-hmm.
So even if they give you a good inspection and send you on down the road, you've wasted an hour of your time. He said, so just pretend like that they're always open and the Gestapo's in there and just go around them. And that's kind of the brain set I've had for 37 years. I just, rattlesnakes, they're nice pets as long as you stay 10 feet away from them and don't try to pet one. They're good. You pet one, you'll get bit. Now, that's one thing I want to comment. Another thing is this. Everybody keeps talking about, boy, you can't wait till the fall of 22. We can't wait till 24. We're going to show them. We're going to do this. Let me ask you something, Steve. Do you really think that we can control the elections, even if it was a 80-20 landslide? They just make that more fake ballots and put them in there. If they can overthrow the greatest president that I've ever seen in my lifetime, and that's 62 years, do you really think that we can have a fair election and can take back the House and the Senate and all that with that bunch of shyster, crooks, liars, connivers? A guy today told me, he said, I'm from California, and Nancy Pelosi, can you believe it, is my representative. I said, you know what the bad part about that is? Somewhere in this world there's a Mr. Pelosi, and he has to live with that. Can you just stop and think about that poor bastard?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what bothers me is, can we ever straighten it out to where it's fair again after what they've done?
Yeah,
ain't nobody else.
If more states like Georgia would proceed and pass legislation to tighten things down, the voter ID, and making sure signatures on absentee ballots and those sort of things that match up, I think we could maybe get back to where we have some confidence in the integrity of the election. But if not, I think we're all going to have those same question marks in our mind for the foreseeable future, forever, about the integrity of any election.
That's exactly right. When you sit behind a wheel for as long as we do every night and every day, you get a lot of time to think about a lot of things, okay? A real simple solution would be, whatever month, October, if that's the voting month, okay? Have the polls open 5 days a week or 6 days a week for the whole month, period. You walk in, you show them your driver's license, you show them another form of identification, a Social Security card, a birth certificate, a credit card, or electric bill or whatever. Show them somebody that you are, who you say you are, okay? You vote. If you can't figure out, or you care enough about your country to figure out how to get to that poll in 1 month, I drive a truck. I'm home. I try to get home every other weekend. During that month, I know I'd figure out a way to get home 1 hour of that month to vote for my country. If you can't figure out how to get to that, now, if you're in military service and you're overseas, different story, certified military. But if you just, if you're in the Bahamas with a couple of little floozies drinking fruity drinks in the sand, and you can't get back to vote for your country, guess what? You just lost your vote. That's all I can tell you. Now, what's wrong with that idea?
Mm-hmm.
It's too fair. It's too fair, ain't it? What do you think?
Well, like I said, that's you're talking logical, though. You're talking things that make common sense. And the Democrats, their goal is to, again, they want to maintain power forever. That's why they've got, like the H.R. 1 and Senate Bill 1, so they can literally federalize, nationalize the elections, take all the states' rights out of elections.
Honest, because we beat this dead horse all the time, but honest to God, that Chuck Schumer, Warren Buffett, Pelosi, and Biden, every time I hear somebody say President Biden, I just want to puke. I mean, that makes me so sick. Pee Wee Herman's daddy there, and to think that that's the best thing we could get to run our country. That's the kind of speeches you give.
It's a sad state of affairs.
It's a sick
Yep. Hey, Roadmaster, right there, I got to get a quick time out here. But yes, since H.R. 1 and Senate Bill 1 did not pass, they're not giving up. Democrats are taking it to the next level. They're going to take the next best option, and that's now to go after the election security laws that have been passed in some states, a.k.a. Georgia. The DOJ has actually now sued Georgia, claiming that Georgia's recently passed election law is discriminatory against black people. They can't really point to what's racist about the law. Not only are they going after Georgia, the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, indicated that they would be going after other states that have passed or are in the process of passing their own election security laws. That's what we've come to in this country. But hold that thought. We return right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So in case you had not heard that yet, the Department of Justice going after the state of Georgia and others that are trying to implement integrity in the elections. That's racist. Georgia's governor blasting the Department of Justice. Says this is an unconstitutional effort to undermine the will of the people and push through an effort that they weren't able to achieve by passing it into law with H.R. 1 and S1. George Washington University law professor Jonathan Turley explained on Fox and Friends how this lawsuit may actually backfire on Biden and the Democrats by actually drawing more attention to the nature of the laws, how they're similar to laws in Democrat states like Biden's own home state of Delaware. This is a very dubious case. He also pointed out how it's going to highlight that under the Constitution, control of the elections is left to the states. That's the Constitution. Turley said, I'm highly skeptical. I think they may regret this move. It could indeed clarify the issue in a way that the Biden administration doesn't want. But a very dubious case in my view, because the Georgia law has great overlap with other states, like even Delaware. Democrats really can't claim voter ID as an issue because it's popular with voters, even Democrats. Like Stacey Abrams has kind of shifted position on it, in addition to the fact that it's ridiculous to begin with to call voter ID racist. That is racist in and of itself. To suggest that a black person is not somehow able to get an ID? Exactly. Turley also makes the point that's been made repeatedly. Democrats have been essentially trying to federalize the elections, which is against the Constitution. One of the issues that the court is probably going to ultimately amplify is that elections were left in the Constitution to the state. Alexander Hamilton actually wrote in the Federalist Papers, imagine if the federal government was to take over the management of elections. And he basically said, we would all object. Well, that's exactly what's happening now in Congress. They're trying to federalize elections. I think they're going to have a serious pushback on this lawsuit. If the court touches that issue and rules against them in some measure or not on that, it could really come back to haunt their dreams. I think he's probably correct on that. All right, we'll get back to your calls momentarily. A couple minutes before we hit our top of the hour news update here. Meanwhile, Kristi Noem, governor in South Dakota, continuing to criticize the Biden administration, essentially shutting down the Independence Day celebration at Mount Rushmore, the 4th of July celebration. She took to Twitter as she visited Mount Rushmore on Sunday. She said, quote, we're at Mount Rushmore this morning talking about tourism, the economy, the 4th of July, and President Biden stopping us from celebrating with fireworks at this great monument. South Dakota will continue to celebrate and be grateful for our freedoms and liberties. On her personal account, she tweeted a video recorded while she stood before the monument, people kind of milling around behind her. It's a beautiful day. I really wish we were able to have fireworks here this year. Probably not going to happen because of the Biden administration. But look at all the wonderful people still enjoying this monument to history. Of course, hell, in the height of the pandemic last year, under Donald Trump, fireworks held at the Mount Rushmore for the first time since like 2009. They previously had been discontinued over environmental concerns, increased risk of fires. So there you go. All right, we get a news update here. We'll get back to your calls. Chevy Guy, I got you coming up next. We'll get to Philip. They're in Florida this morning. And room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has introduced a bill to establish a select committee to investigate the January 6th riots. The measure would establish a 13-person committee with 5 members being appointed by Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. The Speaker is also considering including a Republican member among her 8 appointees to the committee. The framework could come to the floor for a vote as soon as Wednesday. U.S. troops in Syria came under fire again on Monday as a number of rocket attacks were launched at an oil field in eastern Syria controlled by U.S.-backed forces. A military spokesman said no U.S. personnel were injured and that any damage was still being evaluated. The attacks haven't been attributed to any group yet. It comes a day after the U.S. launched airstrikes at facilities of an Iranian-backed militia in response to a number of drone attacks on U.S. facilities in the area. And a 3.9 magnitude earthquake has struck near San Francisco. There were no immediate reports of any damage or injuries. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Officials raised the death toll in the partial collapse of that condominium building in Surfside, Florida on Monday after 2 bodies were pulled from the rubble. The official count now stands at 11 confirmed dead, but 151 people remain unaccounted for 5 days after the collapse. Pablo Rodriguez's mother and grandmother are among the missing. He tells Fox News that he's grateful for the work rescue crews are doing, but he's concluded that he won't see them alive again.
I really do want to thank the first responders. The conditions that they're working under are unimaginable. You really don't have an appreciation for the size of the debris field. It's an entire building that collapsed. The weather is not great down here. It's very hot, very humid. It keeps raining, and they're continuing to work. So I do want to thank them. But it's, as for hope that we're going to be able to see them, that for me doesn't exist. I just hope that they're able to at least recover them so that we can give them a proper burial.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell's MyPillow, my slippers make my feet feel better than they have in about 20 years. MyPillow proprietary foam, memory foam, patented impact gel, indoor-outdoor soles. You won't want to take them off, or Mike Lindell will give you your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and save 40% using my promo code USA.
Georgia's Secretary of State says he's confident his state will win in a recent lawsuit from the Department of Justice. Tim Berg explains.
The Justice Department announced it's suing Georgia over its election reform laws passed earlier this year, claiming the law impedes on Black Americans and other minorities' right to vote. Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger tells Fox News he doesn't expect the lawsuit to go to the Supreme Court.
I think we'll win at the appeals court, if not at the district court level, because we have the law on our side and we have truth on our side. And all they have on their side is a lot of rhetoric.
This is USA Radio News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And during an event in his home state of Kentucky, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell urged Americans to get vaccinated against COVID, saying that he's a big fan of vaccines in general.
As a few of you know, I was a polio victim when I was a kid. It took 70 years to develop a polio vaccine, 2 of them that worked. Our country, as a result of the CARES Act and the $50 billion we put into Operation Warp Speed, developed not 1, not 2, but 3 highly effective vaccines in less than a year. It was a modern medical miracle. That doesn't work if people don't get vaccinated. So for whatever influence I can have over those decisions, I want to encourage everyone to get the vaccine.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here on a Tuesday morning. How we doing? All right, not a good weekend for some. Flooding rains. Did you catch any of the video out of the Detroit area? Extreme flooding over the weekend. Major trouble for truckers and passenger vehicles as well. Go back Thursday and Friday, heavy rain battered Michigan. We saw serious flooding that really severely impacted traffic in Detroit and other parts of the state. Even on Monday morning. To make matters worse, the Michigan Department of Transportation said power outages affecting pumping stations designed to remove water from roadways. The lack of power affected dozens of freeway pump houses which rely on power to pump water off the freeways. Temporary generators were brought into a number of locations which allowed the reopening of all the other freeways except for I-94 in Detroit and Dearborn. Between Greenfield Road and I-75. But the flooded roadways left dozens of semis stranded in high water on I-94 in the Detroit area. State Patrol issued several warnings to drivers over the weekend about attempting to drive through the floodwaters. Here's a real-life example. This semi-driver entered 94 from Rotunda and started plowing through the water. He didn't make it. Even if he would have had the momentum, the freeway was blocked by submerged cars. He actually made it to shore before we got to him, but that's not before the water was up pretty much to the window of his truck, cab. Does that get a Dumbass of the Week nomination? You know, the turnaround, don't drown. So you couldn't even see fully submerged cars before him beneath the floodwaters. You big dummy. Morning, Chevy Guy.
Morning, yeah. I just want to, just a reminder that Ben Psaki, that's a fairly cute little redhead spokesman for Biden. And she brings up, now they keep bringing it up, now I'm going to repeat myself. I'm going to keep bringing it up. And she keeps saying America's original sin. Okay, you know, let's just fly right over Arlington National Cemetery and all those abolitionists come out of the Northeast, you know, and they did. They truly, a lot of them went to war because they were going to end the evils of slavery, and they died on the battlefield. So, you know, heck, you know, they don't mean nothing. But I just want to bring up a little thing here. I mean, if you're going to hold nations accountable in their generations and on down, then you got to go look at it this way. Al Sharpton was quoted in saying, talking about white folk, while your relatives, ancestors, were huddled in caves trying to stay warm, my ancestors were building the pyramids. Well, the last I heard and all recollection, the pyramids were built by slaves, and also including 600 years of enslavement of God's chosen people, which were the Jews. So could it possibly be this is reparations for 400 years of slavery for, you know, is that reparations for your enslaving God's chosen people? I don't know. I'll leave that to the higher ups there, higher pay grade than me. Listen, I was 6 in 1963 when Martin Luther King said, "I have a dream," and that the sons of slaves and the sons of slave owners will play together. Well, guess what? I did. I'm Martin Luther King's dream. I mean, I've junior high, high school, playing football, in sports. I mean, track. It never dawned on me. He was on the team. He was wearing the same jersey as me. So, I was it. I mean, I'm Martin Luther King's dream come true. But that young lady on the podium that turned her back and showed her, truly that's Martin Luther King's nightmare right there. And they keep fanning the flames. They keep fanning the flames, and I don't know how you're going to do this. All right, you're 15% of the population is African American, and you're going to try to force the 65% white population to bend their knee to your will. I'm sorry. In America, we've got to the point where we've at least got with that Constitution, that pesky Constitution that they're going to find out in Georgia, that they have the constitutional right to do what they're doing, and the federal government doesn't have a right to do that. Democrats and Republicans keep finding out that pesky Constitution gets in the way. And that's a pretty good little document for a bunch of hayseeds. And, a bunch of old farmers come out there and made that document. Yeah, it included slavers. But to form this government, you had to include the Southern slavers and the Northern abolitionists to declare their freedom and take responsibility for this country, which goes back to this. In slavery in the United States of America, when we took control and took responsibility of what went on in this country, it was 89 years of slavery before it came to an end. 1776 to 1865. So I'm proud of my country. I'm proud of what I'm doing. I'm not going to let anybody make me ashamed or dishonor my ancestors or my relatives, because even in the scripture, it says honor your fathers and your mothers. Those people ain't dead to God. Those people are still there. They're right there with it, and they ain't going to put up with us disrespecting them. So I'm going to step aside. I'm really interested in what Mr. Phillips going to say this morning, and I really appreciate the opportunity to answer Ms. Ben-Saki's original sin. So other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail. How about it?
All right, Chevy Guy. Good to have you with us here. Rolling up on 14 past the hour. I got an email from Steve who says, I want to share a letter that I wrote to my attorney general in Tennessee. We can all do the same. Which the letter simply says, Dear Mr. Attorney General, I'm a hardworking American patriot who now lives in the great state of Tennessee. When I heard the Department of Justice is now suing the state of Georgia, well, frankly, I'm appalled. This is nothing more than a political hit job to try and stop the Georgia voting reform in that state. The only reason the Department of Justice is doing this is H.R. 1 did not pass in the Senate. So now the Biden regime is trying a backdoor tactic. They're trying to disenfranchise millions of conservative Americans of our vote, violating Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the U.S. Constitution. Please help Georgia and all red conservative states by standing up with all the other Republican attorney generals and fight this. Please file a suit against the Department of Justice and the Biden administration to stop this tyranny that's happening in our great country, or we're going to lose it. Thank you for your time and Godspeed. Steve from the great state of Tennessee. There you go. All right, let's see. I'll get this quick break in before I get to Philip. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, jump back into it here. And it's 844-844-3388. As we make our way into the early hours of a Tuesday, let's get back to the calls. Thanks for hanging in there. Philip, what's going on this morning?
Just going down I-4, bud. Just went by Universal there. Park looked pretty dark out here, but I guess it'll be open up at 100% today. How you doing?
Doing well. Are they back up to 100% finally?
Yeah, Universal's letting them in. They open the doors and say, "Come on in, let's go."
Wow.
Yeah, Universal's back up to 100%. They sure are. We're hoping we get back up to 100% by October. So I think it'll be before then, but we'll see how it runs out. It'll be after summer, but I know it's going to happen eventually. Chevy guy was right, man. We don't need to be ashamed of our past. We need to carry on. The biggest thing in America is we need to work together. I kind of sound like an Earl Pitts commercial. I'm sorry, but we need we need to work together. That everybody's got to blame everything on racism and all this garbage. And it's like, dude, suck it up, Buttercup. Let's get to work. We make some money and we can actually have a great, prosperous life, take care of our country. I just can't understand it, Steve. How is daycare infrastructure? Can you tell me that?
I have no idea. Doesn't fit the category in my book.
Yeah, I don't get it. And I don't get how Wi-Fi is either. I mean, everybody's talking about technology and all this stuff, but does a Wi-Fi actually keep this road together that I'm on right now?
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand it. I don't understand how, that's why everybody's like, well, we got to have this bill go through, blah, 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 blah. Well, it's like they put so much pork in it, and that's what the old term was used years ago, pork, about all this stuff that's added on to things. And an infrastructure bill turns into be a cluster. And it's just, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I was watching news last night, and all Norm Macdonald was talking about was, we've got to have daycare in our infrastructure bill. I'm like, how is daycare infrastructure for a road? I don't get it. So, maybe it's just me. Hey, SpaceX, hopefully they're going to get it off the pad today. We hope so. We're going to have a little rain this afternoon, so we'll see how she plays out. But I hope Chevy guy's got his raincoat, because I heard they got some rain up there in Charleston right now, right? Did you hear about that, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, our tropical system came in, but it's not really dropping a whole hell of a lot of rain.
Yeah. And about Miami, I heard an interesting story last night about Miami. This gentleman, his father is one of the chief of polices in that area, right up there by where that condo fell at. So him and his dad went down to the condo because his grandmother lived in that condo. And, they kind of feared that the lady had passed away. But they looked down on the ground and they found an envelope. They opened the envelope up. On front of it, it had her name on the front of the envelope, and it was a birthday card that she had got from some friends of hers out of the country. I believe she was from Cuba or Puerto Rico, one or the other. But it was a birthday card, and it just amazed them that they found it. Well, they actually found the lady. She had passed away. She was one of the ones they dug out. And but it was a very interesting story about how this gentleman, is like, through God, his grandmother is with God, and God made sure that a message was left to them with that card that they knew that she was with God. That was the point of the message that they were trying to make. It was a pretty interesting little story. It was one of the few things on the news last night that I actually found interesting, other than all the other stuff that I saw on there, and that actually had some sense to it, solace and all that stuff. But it's a mess, buddy. I tell you what, it's a mess out there in this world today. What do you think about them Taliban, man? They're taking Afghanistan back. Did you see that, Steve?
Yeah. I mean, I heard last week that, when the U.S. forces are out, the military brass is given it 90 days before Afghanistan falls completely back in control of the Taliban. We've been training these Afghan military and military police for how many years now? And apparently when the Taliban comes in, they pretty much drop their guns and surrender.
Well, they showed these guys that are up on a hill. Here they are, all these Afghani soldiers, and they're firing AK-47s onto these guys, these Taliban. The Taliban is coming back at them with the big stuff, big guns. And they retreat. And what I can't understand is we gave them equipment, the same stuff we were using when we were there. So they've got Hummers, they've got pretty much all the equipment that we have over there, we gave to them. And they look like they got just as many guys as we had over there, and I don't understand it. But these guys are just sitting on top of a hill, just firing off an AK-47 at a guy that's shooting an M50 at a 50 cal up toward them, and I just don't get it. Those guys are. Hey, I hope they want to take. I hope they're serious about their country and take it back. Because if not, these guys are going to take it away from them.
Yeah, I think like I said,
it looked ugly. I mean,
they're retreating, and then Taliban's coming in and essentially taking all that equipment, the Hummers and all that. They're reclaiming that equipment, so they're actually getting. They're hardening the Taliban forces.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I saw it last night. The reporter was up on the hill with them, and then they said, we got to go. So they all got in their Hummers, and these guys, take this out. Check this out. They got Hummers that got big 50 cals mounted up on top of them, and they're turret-mounted ones. So that means they're remote control. So they can control the gun inside the Hummer. They don't even have to be outside the vehicle. And they're retreating away from these guys shooting at them and not even firing back. That's what I couldn't figure out. I'm like, well, aren't you trying to, at least cover yourself while you're running away? I mean, it was crazy. I saw it. The reporter, he got back in his truck. He had a hard hat and all that stuff on. He had full body armor on out there in the field. But I was like, wow, at least return fire as you're trying to get out of there. I mean, he didn't even do that. They were letting them fire on them as they're running away. I mean, I just didn't get it. But did you hear any more about China and Taiwan?
Not really. Nothing new that I've seen.
I haven't either. I'm hoping Taiwan gets some people behind them, because I tell you what, that's going to be ugly if that happens. That's going to be really ugly if that happens. But that's all I got for today, Steve, and I appreciate it. You have a good one, bud. Thank you.
Thank you for checking in there, Philip. I did see there was a headline I saw that kind of unusual, that India is moved like 50,000 of their troops to the Chinese border, to the border with China. They've had issues as well, but sounds like that entire region is looking at China as a threat. No doubt about it. See if I can pull the rest of that story up here. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. So former President Trump is going to be making his visit to the U.S.-Mexico border this week. But he's going to go down to the front lines of the crisis, not like Kamala Harris and her visit to El Paso. When you have a hurricane or a natural disaster, you don't go to the outskirts to where some minor damage occurred. Stressing that all 9 sectors along the southwest border are in a crisis situation, including El Paso, but the situation is so much worse in McAllen, where Trump's going to be with Governor Abbott coming up tomorrow, Wednesday. But like with the aftermath of the storm, you go see the devastation and you talk to the men and women that are there that have lost their livelihoods. Abbott and Trump are going to be talking to law enforcement and others who can actually be honest with the American people about the unmitigated immigration crisis. Kamala's trip, on the other hand, was just a choreographed visit. It happened just as we thought it was going to happen. This was going to be nothing more than a bunch of choreographed, very nicely choreographed photo opportunities. She didn't even go to the actual border. She was 1,000 miles from the Rio Grande Valley. She was in between the ports of entry. Now, Morgan pointed out that he's been between the ports of entry, just a few feet away from where the wall system has been built. We were there with Angel family moms talking about the loss of loved ones at the hands of illegals. We were talking to sheriffs, not just border town sheriffs, but sheriffs from throughout the country that expressed to us again and again, and what happens on the border doesn't stay on the border. Of course, Kamala tried to lay the blame on the Trump administration. You know, we inherited this crisis. But with that, we get a news break. I think it's, is it the Rainmaker? Got you coming up, after which line's available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has introduced a bill to establish a select committee to investigate the January 6th riots. The measure would establish a 13-person committee with 5 members being appointed by Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. The Speaker is also considering including a Republican member among her 8 appointees to the committee. The framework could come to the floor for a vote as soon as Wednesday. U.S. troops in Syria came under fire again on Monday as a number of rocket attacks were launched at an oil field in eastern Syria controlled by U.S.-backed forces. A military spokesman said no U.S. personnel were injured and that any damage was still being evaluated. The attacks haven't been attributed to any group yet. It comes a day after the U.S. launched airstrikes at facilities of an Iranian-backed militia in response to a number of drone attacks on U.S. facilities in the area. And a 3.9 magnitude earthquake has struck near San Francisco. There were no immediate reports of any damage or injuries. This is USA Radio News.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for free pickup. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. Call right now. That number again is 800-280-2144.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here, and lines available at 844-844-3388. Morning, Rick. How we doing there in Columbus tonight? Yeah, Fred checking in. What's in this infrastructure bill that we haven't heard about yet? Yeah, Fred, that's a good question. Because these bills are hundreds, if not thousands of pages long. Everything but the kitchen sink gets shoved in them. Let's see, Fly Rod checking in. Morning, everybody. 73 degrees outside. Still dark here in Cave Spring, Georgia. All right. Richard checking in from Central Florida. 73 degrees there. Best regards to Steve and all. Okay. Let's see. Richard said, "Where's our friend from the land down under?" Yeah, haven't seen Sylvester on the board this morning. I can flip over and see who I was listening. If you weren't with us last night, I was mentioning the fact that we have the ability to kind of pull up and see where people are actually listening in from here and there around the world. We had like 5 listeners in Kazakhstan. That was kind of bizarre. Let's see this morning. Hey, we have a Dominican Republic. We got a Dominican Republic listening in. And no Australia. Nope, Sylvester not with us. Got some of our Canadian friends, but you never know who might just come across us via social media and whatnot. Maybe just tune in for a bit. Thanks to all for listening in here. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls. I believe it's the Rainmaker. Would that be correct?
Hi, Steve.
Hey there.
Or as you would call Elliot Louder, maybe?
Yes, Elliot Loudermilk.
I Googled that because I was trying to remember who that was. And I always kind of wondered, is that his actual voice or was he trying to talk like that? I don't know.
I'm not sure exactly. I think he's trying to, I think he kind of emphasizes it a little bit, to make it sound like he tried to sound goofy,
Yeah. I'll explain to you why my voice does that. But first, back in the 1980s, I was really on a lot of oversized and heavy equipment stuff, and I took an oversized load down to a small town called DeKalb, Mississippi. And then there was another truck that came in there, and we both were waiting for a crane to come to unload us. And this other guy was an owner-operator. He owned his truck and everything. And like I said, it was about 1985, I think. And the crane wasn't going to show up until the next day. So he goes, hey, I'm going to go in town and get me a motel if you want. You come in and share a room with me. I said, sure. You know, so here's this owner-operator. He allowed me to come stay with in the motel, right? It's pretty nice of him, you know, nice guy. You know, and things were a lot different back then. But, you know, this was a black American truck driver, owner-operator in the 1980s.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody has opportunity. It's what you do of your opportunity, right? And growing up in Crawfordsville, Indiana, you know, there was a school that was for, you know, because the way things were back then were different. You know, black Americans went to their own school and they lived on one side of the town and everything like that, you know? The Democrats, they like to be needed. They need to be needed. So they try to oppress a certain group of people to say, hey, without us Democrats, you won't be able to make it. You need us to take care of you, right? To give you money and opportunity and stuff like that. So it's so sad what the Democrats do to people, you know, and they're dividing us even more now, you know. I wish you would come to in. Hey, who was that guy that was having a heart surgery?
Joel. Well, Joel Morrow. Joel Morrow, yes.
Is he with Hot Shot Secret?
He's the one that joins us on Monday mornings typically. Monday when we start the week, he comes on for an hour or two talking about trucking issues, technical issues, maximizing your fuel economy and whatnot. So, yeah, he's technically Hot Shot Secret has kind of hired him to come on and be a part of the program, but he drives a truck for a living.
Well, if he's listening. I was born with a bicuspid aortic valve, and growing up, I always went to a cardiologist, and when I was 17, last time I seen a cardiologist, he says, oh, when you get older, you might have to get that valve replaced. And, you know, all drivers, they need to pay attention to a doctor when you do your DOT physical, because that doctor can catch something. When I was 44 years old, I was getting my card renewed, and the doctor was listening to my heart. He says, hey, your heart don't sound good. I said, don't worry about it, doc. I've had a heart murmur since I was a kid. And he kept on saying, no, there's something wrong with your heart. And he kept on, he wanted to give me my card for 1 month. He says, you need to go see your cardiologist. He saved my life because I had an aortic aneurysm coming out of the heart. And plus, they replaced my heart valve with a mechanical. So when you get an artificial heart valve, now you got to be on what they call warfarin or Coumadin.
Yep.
As my dad always called it. He called it rat poison, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get a blood clot, because if you get a blood clot, you're a dead man. And so, Joel, you got to really change your eating habits and everything. And my voice, the reason is because I was having some internal bleeding, and they did an endoscope in Virginia, but they couldn't find anything. And then I was up in Minot, North Dakota, and I got really, really weak. Went to the hospital. They gave me 4 units of blood. And so they did a colonoscopy, and the doctor says, if we don't see a colonoscopy, we'll do an endoscope. Well, when they did a colonoscopy, sure enough, they didn't find anything, so they started doing an endoscope. And during the procedure, I woke up.
Oh.
And having that tube down my throat, man, I started to thrash around really quick, and I heard the doctor yell out, sedate him, sedate him. So I damaged my vocal cords. So, you know, when you try to talk with a lower voice or something, that makes my voice kind of raspy and stuff. So that's why my voice sounds that way.
I'll be
my
darned.
vocal cords got damaged during that procedure. But
Wow.
yeah, your life changes when you're on that stupid rat poison, you know?
No doubt about it. Yeah, that's pretty bizarre. So, yeah, I know that if you've got those the heart valve issues, Joel, apparently his doctor told him that lucky that his general practitioner was listening to his heart and discovered it. But I guess his was advanced far enough to apparently, I mean, you can keel over from that. And I know for those, what do they call it? Abdominal aortic aneurysms or whatever. If one of those burst, I mean, you pretty much just drop dead.
Yeah, my best friend from high school, his son died. He's like 21 or 20, something like that. And he was with his mother in the car, and he had an aortic aneurysm that busted, and he was dead within a few seconds in the car.
Yep.
So, taking like pain medicine like Advil, Motrin, or stuff, that's a no-no. But one doctor said, you can take one pill. And I was in Florida, and I was having a really bad pain in my shoulder and back, and I took one Motrin, and then my cousin, she gave me a prescription Motrin, and then I took another one, feeling pretty good. So I took off driving that morning, and I was driving a 379P, with the clutch. And by the time I got up towards St. Augustine, my left ankle was hurting really bad. And I pulled over and looked, and it was red, orange, blue, green, different colors in my ankle. And I went to the hospital, and your clot time is the time it takes your blood when you cut for your blood to clot. Should be between 2.5 and 3.5. They checked mine, and mine was at 18. They said, don't fall over, because if you hit your head, you're a dead man.
Wow.
My blood was so thin that, someone could hit me that's how my dad died. He had a little bit of a stroke, and he hit the wall of a building, and the airbag hit him in the chest. And with just the airbag hitting him, he started bleeding internally, and he died from internal bleeding just from an airbag hitting him in the chest. So, that's not good stuff, that Coumadin. But I've been taking it since I've been 44, and I'm 62 now.
Yeah, I think my dad was on that for...
You have a fine morning.
All right, yeah, I think my dad was on that for a few years. No, my dad was on it, and when he was taking that stuff, I mean, just the slightest, you bump the arm and you get a big bruise. He bruises all over the place. Just barely bumping his arm. Hey, we'll get a quick break in here. It is 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. I've been using Hot Shot Secret's EDT for over 8 years. When I first bought my truck, my local MPG was between 17 and 19. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I hear every sheriff in the state of Utah signed a letter saying that they will try to safeguard the Second Amendment in the midst of proposed legislation and executive orders authorized by President Biden. Every sheriff in the state. Importantly, the Second Amendment of our divinely inspired Constitution clearly states the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Statement signed by all 29 sheriffs in the state and released via Cache County Sheriff Chad Jensen's office. We hereby recognize a significant principle underlying the Second Amendment. The right to keep and bear arms is indispensable to the existence of a free people, it states. Their letter and their promise, prompted by increased public concern over constitutional rights, primarily the Second Amendment. As your elected sheriffs, we individually and collectively pledge to do everything within our power to steadfastly protect the Second Amendment and all other individual rights guaranteed by the Constitution. We understand the destructive influence currently existing in our country will only relent when women and men everywhere genuinely care for each other. We must rely on providence and care deeply about preserving the Constitution and its freedoms in order to be strong and prosperous people. So the letter did not make any mention of any specific elected officials, bills, or orders at the federal or state level. Democrats in Congress, of course, have introduced or passed several bills that would enhance background checks, ban magazines with more than 10 rounds, ban so-called assault weapons. There was separately a rule introduced this month by the BATF at the request of the Biden administration that would reclassify firearms that have stabilizing pistol braces, making them illegal. But there in the state of Utah, that's pretty impressive when you got every sheriff in the state. Yeah, all on the same page there, so. All right, tell you what's going on, Fly Rod.
Well, good morning, Steve. Greetings and salutations. How are you?
Doing well. How's your week starting off?
Well, much better than last week. Do you mind if I give a message out to our listeners in Kazakhstan? Greetings, fellows. I hope you're enjoying the cookbook. And to our listeners in the Dominican Republic, just add pineapple and bananas to the cicadas. It'll work every time. They were listening because I told them I'd call in and give them a sneak recipe. They're waiting for the cookbook to arrive. That's why they're listening in. But Steve, I got a problem I need your help with. Are you there? Are you listening?
And what's the problem?
Well, Steve, I was up there Saturday in the afternoon, and I had a group of tourists with me. We were taking them through the the pre-wrestling match walkthrough. They were just camping out up there. I don't know if you've seen them in the back there in the little tents. They've been there for nearly a week waiting for the big match on Sunday. So I told them I'd come up and give them a walkthrough. So I was up there. Well, we were standing outside your studio, and I pulled my wallet out of my pants pocket, and I dropped $2.28. Now, I know it was $2.28 for a fact because I had $1 bill, 4 quarters, a 2 dimes, a nickel, and 3 pennies. And
So
I
you
need
know,
that money back. You have a lost and found.
Let me see. I'm not familiar with $2.28. I mean, you're telling me you're that hard up. You need you can't. Oh my! Yeah, I'm looking here. I believe they got disconnected because it's time for a phone reset. Oh, it's dialing back up here, so give it a minute. Maybe you can. Fly Rod has been hit by the phone reset on. I think he may have been hit more than any other individual caller to the program. That's almost comical. All right. Meanwhile, what are we looking at? It's 844-3388. All right. We're all familiar. We were all locked down for the better part of a year. Economic destruction, social isolation, the costs of restrictive government policies intended to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. They say it's all been very steep. The price we're paying. Yet now another study suggests that the benefits wrought by our collective sacrifice, they used the term negligible at best. I mean, it was all essentially for naught. And believe it or not, stay-at-home orders may have actually increased overall mortality from the COVID-19. Can you imagine that? It actually made it worse. In a new paper, economists from the University of Southern California and the RAND Corporation, they looked at the effectiveness of the shelter-in-place mandates, aka stay-at-home orders. Data from 43 countries and all 50 U.S. states. And they analyzed, apparently, what are we looking at? They analyzed not just deaths from COVID-19, but excess deaths. A measure that compares overall deaths from all causes to a historical baseline. The authors went on to explain that lockdown orders may have actually had lethal, unintended consequences, such as increased drug overdoses, worsened mental health problems, increased child abuse, deadly delays in non-COVID medical care, and on and on. So to find out whether stay-at-home orders truly helped more than they hurt, examining excess deaths, not just pandemic outcomes, is the key here. And the results apparently are not pretty. Quote, we fail to find that shelter-in-place policies saved lives. Indeed, they conclude that in the weeks following the implementation of these policies, excess mortality actually increases. Even though it had typically been declining before the orders took effect, and across all countries, the study finds that a 1-week increase in the length of stay-at-home policies corresponds with 2.7 more excess deaths per 100,000 people. In other words, the lockdowns did not work. We failed to find that countries, others, or the United States that implemented stay-at-home policies in which SIP policies had longer to operate. We did not find they had lower excess deaths in countries or states that were slower to implement these policies. How about that? Other research now shows that most COVID spread occurred at home, not out in the world, which actually makes the stay-at-home orders more absurd. Actually, maybe making things worse. You learn something every day. Hey, we got to get a quick time out here. News update, final hour just ahead. We'll see if we can get these phones connected here. Still trying. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has introduced a bill to establish a select committee to investigate the January 6th riots. The measure would establish a 13-person committee with 5 members being appointed by Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. The Speaker is also considering including a Republican member among her 8 appointees to the committee. The framework could come to the floor for a vote as soon as Wednesday. U.S. troops in Syria came under fire again on Monday as a number of rocket attacks were launched at an oil field in eastern Syria controlled by U.S.-backed forces. A military spokesman said no U.S. personnel were injured and that any damage was still being evaluated. The attacks haven't been attributed to any group yet. It comes a day after the U.S. launched airstrikes at facilities of an Iranian-backed militia in response to a number of drone attacks on U.S. facilities in the area. And a 3.9 magnitude earthquake has struck near San Francisco. There were no immediate reports of any damage or injuries. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. It's John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health. You've been hearing our messages for a while. You've heard Wayne Allen Root and his extraordinary testimony of what's been going on.
And women, if you have a husband that is struggling or needs a loving nudge, I encourage you to nudge him off the couch and go check out our masterclass on our website, including the amazing testimonials.
And these testimonials are just real people. They're not famous or high-level production. This is real people. People talking on their iPhone. People sitting across from their spouse. They share their real story. For the past 23 years, tens of thousands of people reversing arthritis, diabetes, high blood pressure, neck pain, back pain, migraine headaches, brain fog, lots of challenging things. Be a beautiful, beloved skeptic.
And come check us out at energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com.
Officials raised the death toll in the partial collapse of that condominium building in Surfside, Florida on Monday after 2 bodies were pulled from the rubble. The official count now stands at 11 confirmed dead, but 151 people remain unaccounted for 5 days after the collapse. Pablo Rodriguez's mother and grandmother are among the missing. He tells Fox News that he's grateful for the work rescue crews are doing, but he's concluded that he won't see them alive again.
I really do want to thank the first responders. The conditions that they're working under are unimaginable. You really don't have an appreciation for the size of the debris field. It's an entire building that collapsed. The weather is not great down here. It's very hot, very humid. It keeps raining, and they're continuing to work. So I do want to thank them. But it's, as for hope that we're going to be able to see them, that for me doesn't exist. I just hope that they're able to at least recover them so that we can give them a proper burial.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Georgia's Secretary of State says he's confident his state will win in a recent lawsuit from the Department of Justice. Tim Berg explains.
The Justice Department announced it's suing Georgia over its election reform laws passed earlier this year, claiming the law impedes on Black Americans and other minorities' right to vote. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Reppensberger tells Fox News he doesn't expect the lawsuit to go to the Supreme Court.
I think we'll win at the appeals court, if not at the district court level, because we have the law on our side and we have truth on our side. And all they have on their side is a lot of rhetoric.
This is USA Radio News. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And during an event in his home state of Kentucky, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell urged Americans to get vaccinated against COVID, saying that he's a big fan of vaccines in general.
As a few of you know, I was a polio victim when I was a kid. It took 70 years to develop a polio vaccine, 2 of them that worked. Our country, as a result of the CARES Act and the $50 billion we put into Operation Warp Speed, developed not 1, not 2, but 3 highly effective vaccines in less than a year. It was a modern medical miracle. That doesn't work if people don't get vaccinated. So for whatever influence I can have over those decisions, I want to encourage everyone to get the vaccine.
For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour already here on a Tuesday morning, 29th day of June. Everybody on the same page, right? A little after 4 a.m. Eastern Time, 107 on the West Coast, where you're still cooking, even at it's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's still dealing with temperatures like 80, close to 90 degrees down in places like Phoenix. Just incredible. I think it was Daryl sent me a link to this over the weekend. I believe it was Daryl. He asked if I would share it with the audience. It's from a GoFundMe page, and when I was on there, I guess like Sunday evening, I think they had raised close to $4,500 out of they had a goal like $7,000 on the GoFundMe page. All right, it says, my name's Courtney, and the man in this photo is my husband of 6 years. Little backstory on us. Paul's 28, I'm 25. We have 3 beautiful kids. Let's see, my husband was an owner-operator, and we had just purchased this semi-truck in hopes of bettering our future. Well, my husband hydroplaned in Muskegon, Michigan, resulting in him slamming into the concrete under a bridge from the weather conditions. By the grace of God and God's hands on him, he somehow survived and was pulled from the wreckage. Can't believe my eyes that my husband's still here and the truck completely demolished. It's not there anymore. My husband did sustain some serious injuries, but thankfully no major, like internal organ injuries. Has many, cracked pelvis repaired, hips that were fractured repaired, both with screws, snapped his femur. Such a terrible snap that they had to use the titanium steel in the leg. Also, some injuries to the spinal and lower back. His arm will need a skin graft, and he also broke his wrist. Countless stitches almost everywhere. Quite a few cracked ribs. Dude was all tore up. I'll never be able to repay what everyone has already done with prayers and support. I'll try my hardest to express what that has meant to me. I'm way out of my comfort zone. I'm a mess, but I'm So thankful I can still kiss my husband and my kids still have their daddy. I drive 300 miles with my youngest, currently staying at the Fairfield Inn in East Mount Garfield Road. Thanks to Eric Stratton in Muskegon. All right, let's see. I just continue to ask for prayer as Paul will need inpatient rehab to learn how to walk and use the lower half of his body once again. I want to express complete appreciation for the support I've already received. Feeling the love and the care of the community is something I'll never be able to say enough thank you for. My husband, still in the ICU. He's going to be there for a bit. Thank you for everything you've done for those who have donated. I want to reach out and personally thank you because this is something that's been done or been one of the hardest things in our lives. So serious accident. I believe can't believe the story didn't print out. I believe it's Paul's Road to Recovery. Paul's Road to Recovery is the GoFundMe. So I told Daryl I would share that with the audience if you'd feel inclined to go over there, a fellow truck driver going through some tough times. Hey, who's looking for a job? Everybody offering signing bonuses, right? Well, with airport travel picking up once again. At the same time, the ability to find workers is very difficult to do. Everything's in a holding pattern. Both the TSA and the terminal restaurants at airports are offering bonuses, trying to lure more employees. The Transportation Security Administration is trying to add 6,000 screeners by the end of September. Part of that effort, they're offering a $1,000 hiring bonus. About 4,000 screeners have been hired so far, according to a TSA spokeswoman. Travelers at airports in Austin, Texas, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, Charlotte, have been told to arrive up to 3 hours early recently because of the long lines in security. Of course, the airlines were given $54 billion in federal aid to avoid laying off workers in the early months of the pandemic. But now many of them are in a frenzy to hire people to run their phone lines for reservations. Airlines cut staff to save money as the pandemic wore on, but as the vaccines began to free people up to travel again, demand has outpaced the ability to replace those workers. Many of the new job gains have come from the leisure and hospitality industry, making it even harder for airport restaurants to find staff, where you have to go through a federal security check that can take several weeks. Now, airports, even in normal times, have tremendous difficulty in getting people to want to come to the airport to work. Some airport employees believe the need for child care or the enhanced unemployment benefits being paid are still keeping some people from applying for the jobs. The need for workers is so bad that some airports are pushing for rules against concessionaires poaching the employees of their competitors. We are experiencing one of the greatest hiring challenges in the history of Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, according to the Executive Vice President of Revenue Management and Customer Experience there. As we prepare for a busy summer, please continue to practice DFW Airport's high standards of hiring operations. Refrain from soliciting employees from other DFW operations. Everybody at the airport looking to hire somebody else that already works at the airport, I guess. All right, $1,000 sign-on bonus for the TSA. All right, Fly Rod, we finally got reconnected.
Do you think it's possible, Steve, that maybe Big Goose has got something to do with these phone resets? Are you on his bankroll, or is it the other way around? Maybe.
Yeah,
you like flip a switch. Or, I've got no problem getting a hold of the governor up there in Ohio. I know who he is, Mr. DeWine. I can make a quick call. Won't be no problem at all. But Steve, I was telling you about that I had lost that money up there outside your studio, $2.28, the dollar bill, and 4 quarters, 2 dimes, a nickel, and 3 pennies, and I need that money back. So is Pappy there today? Is he hanging out outside there with his little caravan? Maybe he and his boys can get out there and get on their hands and knees and look for it.
Can you tell us exactly what do you need that $2.28 for?
Well, it's important because when we come up there for the big match, that money was for part of it was for Skyline Chili for lunch, and then the other part of it was for I was going to buy 3 cartons of milk. You remember we used to go to school when we were kids? We go through the lunch checkout and they give us them 3 little cartons of milk, chocolate milk or white milk. So they're 45 cents a piece. So I was going to get one for Mother Goose and Gilligan and Pony Feathers, so they can have a little drink before we put them to night there in the ring. That's what I was wanting to do. So, but if you can find that and you just hold on to it, and I'll pick it up. I'll pick it up Friday because we're coming up there Friday for a big tour. People have been signing up already on the internet to come up from midnight to 5. We're going to have an elk burger roast outside your studio there, courtesy of Heatwave, smashing into elk. So I think that was a pretty good deal.
I didn't get to talk to Heatwave. I guess after a long day. I guess I'm assuming he's sleeping tonight or whatever. But what all kind of damage did that elk do to his truck?
It tore up the left front driver's side bumper and got into his power steering reservoir to where he couldn't drive it. It ran the bumper up into the steering axle. He couldn't drive it away, so he had to get it towed. But the hardest part was him sitting there for, I think he said, 6 hours waiting for a record to come out. He was in a really remote area of Colorado to tow that thing back to Denver. So, yeah, he had a pretty messed up day.
I saw that he had fluid underneath the vehicle. I couldn't tell what it was. I didn't know if it was oil, so it was power steering fluid, I guess.
Yeah, that was probably power steering fluid, more than likely.
All right. Well, that makes for a long day.
I just wanted to check in and give you the news, and hopefully you'll find that money.
Okay. I'll get out there and do a little search when the sun comes up.
Okay, well, I would appreciate that.
All right.
And thanks for taking my call.
Hey, have a good morning, Fly Rod. There you go. It's 844-844-3388. Quick time out. We return with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, we're back. And something we've talked about quite a bit as of late is ransomware. We go back to the big impacts on the Colonial Pipeline. We saw the ramifications there. Saw the impact of the meat packing plant, meat packing facility that was hit by ransomware. I think the FBI director's actually been telling companies to please stop paying the ransoms, because it's just emboldening these hackers to do more. They're making millions of dollars doing this stuff. About a week ago, we were informed that National Guardsmen just completed a 2-week training exercise, which saw them responding to a simulated cyber attack that took out some critical utilities across the country. Now, they say these exercises have pretty much become an annual event, but this year took on even more significance right on the heels of the major ransomware and cyber attacks that crippled large parts of our infrastructure. These exercises were part of the 7th Cyber Yankee, a training event that brings together guardsmen from throughout the New England region to test their responses against simulated cyber attacks. This year's cyber attack targeted utilities on the West Coast before then spreading east across the United States all the way towards New England. In addition to hands-on training on how to respond to active cyber attacks, it was also intended to build cyber defense collaboration between the National Guard and some private sector partners, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, Infrastructure Security Agency, a number of other departments. We do it in an exercise environment so that when it does happen, which notice they say not if, but when it does happen, we've got these relationships established, not just from a National Guard, but all of our critical infrastructure, federal, local, state partners. We've established the lines of communication, then it's a whole lot easier to get together and respond. This year's Cyber Yankee saw the annual exercise's first use of the new Cyber 9 line system, operated or developed by the U.S. Cyber Command. Cyber 9 line offers National Guard cyber units a kind of a template of questions that allow them to quickly communicate the specifics of a suspected cyber attack up the chain of command to U.S. Cybercom. Once Cybercom has that information from Cyber 9 line, they can more quickly and efficiently diagnose the attack and offer information back to the reporting unit. They can share the intel among affected government and industry partners. This is still a very young program, the Cyber 9, but after standing up the program for a few months, according to the U.S. Air Force, Lieutenant Colonel Jeff Passini, we've seen an impact. Ultimately, he says the goal is to provide mutual support to each other. But so they're actively preparing, whether it's a ransomware attack or doesn't necessarily even have to be that. I mean, I think the future of actual warfare in this world is going to be a whole lot more of what's going on via the internet, whether it's Russia or China or North Korea, whoever it's going to be, that can hack into our critical infrastructure systems. If they can bring the country to its knees, essentially they could do that without ever dropping a bomb, which is really frightening. That's the era, that's the day and age we live in. But all right, Jolly Green Giant, what's happening this morning?
Al, I got bad news for Fly Rod. Well, actually, I got good news for him. Sex Maniac did find his money at the bottom of your swim problem. And the problem is there's a $2 finder fee. That only leaves just a few pennies for him to buy those conies at Gold Star Chili.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, wait a minute here. He said Skyline Chili. Yeah, if you've seen one coney, you've seen them all. You know, I don't know what to say, but what the heck? You know, at least he's getting a few pennies back. You know, what can I say?
Yeah.
Guys, that Sex Maniac's got to make money somehow, you know?
Everybody's got to make a dime.
That's right. Everybody's got to make a dime. And what the heck? But I don't know, man. I just thought it was kind of funny there that Fly Rod loses his money in your swimming pool.
Yes.
So I just thought I'd call and set Fly Rod straight. Either way, Steve, I hope you have a good night, man. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks for checking in. It's kind of funny to me is he only had $2.28 in his pocket. What the hell? $2.28. All right, real quick before we hit our bottom of the hour news break here, after which we've got lines available. Jump on in. We got a ways to go. It's 844-844-3388. I think most of us would be in agreement. The current administration, and Biden, Harris, they're all just totally detached from the general populace as far as what's going on along the southern border. They try to continue to present a narrative that it's not a crisis. Yeah, even Kamala saying, well, we inherited this problem. It's Trump's fault, which we all know that's a lie. It's false. This was a crisis created on day one of Joe Biden being sworn in as president of the United States by dismantling all the executive orders that were in place from the previous administration that really had a lot of things under control. Nearly 7 in 10 Americans believe Joe Biden's policies are encouraging illegal migration. There you go, Joe. An overwhelming majority of the people in this country are telling you what you are doing is encouraging more of these individuals to come. 55% say the Biden administration should have left Trump's policies in place that make it more difficult to come to the U.S. Yeah, of course, Don Trump was at the Ohio rally over the weekend, lambasting the immigration policies. Yeah, said the Biden administration, you've got millions of people coming to the country. We have no idea who they are. Yeah, Joe's doing the exact opposite of what we did. 55% of the people in this country say the changes that Biden has made have increased the flow of drugs into the country. 61% say the flood of tens of thousands of unaccompanied minor children are the fault of the Biden administration. 67% of the people, listen to this, 67% of the people in this country say those who cross the border illegally need to be turned back to Mexico. That's where the people are on this particular issue. Immigration. You know, I can think back 2016, leading up to the 2016 election, that immigration was like one of the top priorities. I think it was one of the primary reasons Trump got elected, right? Build that wall, the chants that would break out around the country. Millions of people supported that. For whatever reason, and I mentioned it on a number of occasions leading up to the 2020 election, immigration had seemingly, for some reason, fallen way off to the back. I don't know, was it everything was focused on the COVID that year, 2020? Yeah, nothing but COVID all the time, but the whole immigration issue got lost in the shuffle. And maybe with those sort of numbers, I mean, that's not split down party lines where it's just Republicans or conservatives that want tighter immigration. That's across the board. Republicans, Democrats, independents. Maybe that will make a difference in 22. All right, news break time. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has introduced a bill to establish a select committee to investigate the January 6th riots. The measure would establish a 13-person committee with 5 members being appointed by Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. The Speaker is also considering including a Republican member among her 8 appointees to the committee. The framework could come to the floor for a vote as soon as Wednesday. U.S. troops in Syria came under fire again on Monday as a number of rocket attacks were launched at an oil field in eastern Syria controlled by U.S.-backed forces. A military spokesman said no U.S. personnel were injured and that any damage was still being evaluated. The attacks haven't been attributed to any group yet. It comes a day after the U.S. launched airstrikes at facilities of an Iranian-backed militia in response to a number of drone attacks on U.S. facilities in the area. And a 3.9 magnitude earthquake has struck near San Francisco. There were no immediate reports of any damage or injuries. This is USA Radio News.
Got an old car? You can donate it, whether it's running or not, to the United Breast Cancer Foundation and save a life. They'll even come and pick it up for free. The United Breast Cancer Foundation has saved hundreds of women's lives through their free or low-cost breast screen exams. But now they need your help. The United Breast Cancer Foundation wants to save more lives through early detection by offering women free or low-cost breast screening exams. And donating your old car, SUV, or truck, whether it's running or not, helps pay for them. Plus, you get a charitable tax deduction. Help the United Breast Cancer Foundation save lives by donating your old car, SUV, or truck. Call now for free pickup. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. 800-280-2144. Call right now. That number again is 800-280-2144.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank, and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, looks like OOIDA is kind of teamed up with Shell Rotella. The efforts of truck drivers during the pandemic should not go unnoticed. So OOIDA has established the Go Safely Award with support from Shell Rotella to ensure drivers that kept themselves and others safe during the pandemic receive the recognition they deserve. This award is in conjunction with what they call the Road to Recovery campaign, rooted in championing the virtue and the hard work of the trucking community. As the industry and North America continue to navigate unprecedented times, hardworking men and women have been instrumental in driving us forward. Proud to introduce the Road to Recovery campaign to put the spotlight on those hardworking individuals acting selflessly day in and day out by showcasing the resilience they've demonstrated in the face of uncertainty. All right, drivers will be recognized for working in difficult conditions when meals, rest stops, proper protective gear were not always available. OOIDA says we want to hear your stories about drivers that went above and beyond during an uncertain, very challenging time. You can nominate yourself or someone else for the award. Nominations can be sent to gosafely@ooida.com. They'll be accepted from June the 28th, so starting yesterday, through the midnight hour Central Time on July the 20th. Include nomination, full name, cell phone number, email, employer's name if you're in a fleet. To be eligible, drivers must have been actively driving during 2020, providing one of the items listed below as proof of work and safe driving. That would be like a motor vehicle record, insurance record, or a letter from the employer. All eligible activities must have been taken place between March of 2020 and March of 2021. Please provide as many specifics as possible, including photos, social media posts, links to news stories, and things of that nature. If other parties are involved, please provide their contact information as well. Some of the most compelling stories are going to be shared, and the winning driver will be announced during the awards ceremony at the Shell Rotella Super Rigs coming up on August the 1st. So there you go. You may know someone that you want to nominate, or you may want to nominate yourself. There you go. Back to the calls here. Who we got on the line? I don't know. Is it Billy?
Hey, it's Gilligan. Hey. Well, I'm a little surprised. I just called in a couple minutes ago.
Yeah?
I missed a good bit of Fly Rod's call, unfortunately. Hey, I've got a little bit of a problem over here at GMA Enterprises. You know, we brought the Six Maniac to help us with our Gillicoin. Well, we have found the Six Maniac we have is an imposter. Would you believe that? There's a Six Maniac imposter.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, well, I got one of them messages from Spaceman again when he goes to that plane. He said telepathically that Six Maniac was going to be in Winchester. Well, we was down at the convenience store, and there's a truck there, and a guy walking around kind of looked like the Six Maniac from the picture I seen on Facebook. Well, Mary Ann went up and asked him whether he was the Six Maniac. He kind of hesitated. He said, well, yeah, I'm the Six Maniac. Well, I think he thought we was thinking something else. But we're working on it. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm ready for this match. We've decided, I don't know how many people would participate. You think your neighbors would be opposed to a turkey shoot? What do you think?
A turkey shoot?
Yeah, you know what an old-fashioned turkey shoot is? You ever hear that?
I've never been to a turkey. I've heard of them. They used to hold them up at the VFW hall, I think it was. They had a turkey shoot every year.
Yeah. We'll bring a couple live turkeys for prizes. You take a 4x4 card, you take your shotgun, and whoever gets closest to the center wins the turkey. I think that would be a good way to start off the activities on 4th of July. What do you think?
I think we're going to have enough.
Everybody bring their stock shotgun, no sleeves,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know how they are. We've got ways of checking. I've got a gauge right down the barrel. So don't you try a fishy business there, Fly Rod. We know how you are. We got word he's been hanging around that TA over there on the east side of Atlanta. I don't know what that's all about, but it ain't good. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Well, that's about all I got for tonight, Steve. Take care.
Have a good morning,
Glad
Dan.
you got to talk to me.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, right. Yeah. Glad you called, Gilligan. Thank you so much. I think Philip brought this up night before last, talking about the Hubble Space Telescope. Yeah, I hadn't thought about the fact that there ain't no way to fix it. They've got computer trouble. All astronomical viewing has been halted, according to NASA last week. It's been idle for over a week now, when apparently the computer that controls the science instruments shut down, possibly because of a bad memory board. Flight controllers at the Goddard Space Flight Center in Maryland tried to restart the computer last Monday, but the same thing happened. They're now trying to switch to a backup memory unit. If that works, the telescope would be tested for a day before the science instruments would be turned back on. But for now, the cameras are in what they call safe mode. Nothing working. Yeah, Hubble is showing more and more signs of aging. Despite a series of repairs and updates by spacewalk astronauts during the shuttle era. The idled computer was installed during the fifth and final service call. That final service call took place in 2009. Yeah, a dozen years ago already. Philip brought out the point. The only way you could get to the Hubble to make repairs was via the Space Shuttle program, which is now pretty much the only place you're going to see a shuttle is in the museum. So you got $1 billion worth of equipment just out there kind of uselessly orbiting the planet right now. All right, who's next up here? What's happening this morning, Big Sexy?
Just delivering these papers. You know why Fly Rod only had that amount of change in his pocket, don't you?
Yeah, why is that?
That's all he had left after booking those tickets to get out of here before that big fight.
There you go.
He was talking about the Coumadin a while ago. I was on that for a while, too. That stuff, every month had to do an INR to make sure it was at the right level, and they had to adjust it up and down, all that stuff. I'm on Eliquis, and I don't have to do that no more. I do the INRs and stuff. They hadn't changed it in a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
But I've got what they call AFib. I don't know if you're familiar with what that is or not.
Yep.
When I went to the hospital and they found out I had it, my heart was beating about 200 beats a minute. And it don't allow your heart to pump all the blood out. And that's what they had to get under control and all that. And they said I'd have to live with it the rest of my life. But everything's under control with medicine, all that. Everything's working great now. All the numbers are headed in the right way. So, but yeah, I know what that Coumadin's like. But yeah, that's why Fly Rod didn't have that amount of money in his pocket. He booked those tickets to get out of here before Big Move gets a hold of him.
Yeah, right.
And you sure that you say heat wave hit a elk?
That is correct.
You sure it was an elk he hit and he wasn't trying to run down Big Moose?
Yeah, it wasn't quite big. It wasn't big enough to be a moose.
Oh, okay.
It's bigger than a deer, but it wasn't big as a moose.
I thought he might have got...
Yeah. All right. Hey, Big Sexy, thanks for chiming in this morning. Yeah, I reached back to adjust the sign. Barry said, hey, Steve, level your sign. The on-air sign is kind of low on the left side. Is that any better now? Looks pretty straight to me. Let's see. Country Bumpkin checking in from Jacksonville, Illinois. KC bound. Sylvester said last night that they were going back into lockdown mode there in Australia. Yeah, he did mention that. Let's see. Larry is with us this morning. Morning, Larry. Have a safe day. Judy says, is Plowboy still alive? ? Yeah, he's still alive and kicking. He has not called the program yet, but he has chimed in via the discussion board a time or two. Who was it? I think Red Mule talked to him and told him he needs to call the show. I don't know what he's been up to. All right, MOON checking in. Morning, Steve. Here's to another day in the books. Almost that time. Yes, it is. Mickey checking in from North Carolina this morning. Good to have you with us. We'll get a final time out and we'll head down the home stretch. It's 844-844-3388. Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
So the much-anticipated Pentagon UFO report was released to the public last Friday. Very little fanfare. A couple of weeks ago when it was presented to Congress, recall there were several members of Congress that were coming out that said it was rather intriguing, very interesting. So we thought we might get some kind of a bombshell out of the report, but not really. It was it's a whole bunch of nothing. Long story short, they say, yeah, there's stuff out there that we can't explain, but we don't know what it is. And that's it. According to the Washington Examiner, UFOs do indeed exist that display technology that the United States does not possess and lacks the ability to defend against. John Ratcliffe, who served as former President Trump's final director of national intelligence, he oversaw the nation's 18 spy agency. He made the observation while offering some insight into the declassified report on unidentified aerial phenomena, released on Friday. Yeah, the long-anticipated but very brief document discussed 144 reports of UFOs originating from government sources from 2004 to this year, 80 of which were observed with multiple different sensors. Most reports described the UFOs as objects that interrupted pre-planned military training or other military operations. A handful of the UFOs appeared to demonstrate some sort of advanced technology. And in 18 incidents described in 21 reports, observers reported unusual UAP movement patterns or flight characteristics. Part of that assessment remained classified. But in giving his first public reaction to the unclassified report, Ratcliffe said that UFOs are a matter of national security, that the real number of UFOs that have been observed is still unknown to the public. Report stated that while I was the DNI, I was hoping to get it out or some version of it out before I left. Getting that information out to a declassified public level was very difficult, but I'm glad there's a report out there, he said. Look, the bottom line is unidentified aerial phenomena, many, many cases. We're able to explain it away for reasons like visual disturbances or weather phenomena or foreign adversaries and their technologies or even our own experimental technologies. What this report really underscores is there are a number of instances, and the specific number is still classified, but a number of instances where we have ruled all of those possibilities out. There are technologies that we do not have, and frankly, we're not capable of defending against. Based on those things that we've seen, we're not just people visibly see it, but where it's picked up on radar, where it's seen on satellites. So you know, there is an issue of national security. As the good person who was informing policymakers about the national security threat, it's not good to say, well, gosh, we don't have any answers. So we will have a larger discussion to try and figure out specifically what is this all about. Kind of the end of the line on the big declassified report. All right, we'll close things out here on a Tuesday morning. Great to have you with us. Thanks for spending some time here with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Get on over to overnightdriveradio.com. Get you some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive t-shirts, hats, got the mugs. Get on over to hotshotsecret.com. Support Hot Shot Secret to keep us going. Buy some product. Use the code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your order. And, of course, if you're a CDL holder, first responder, a veteran, or active duty, you get an additional 20% off your order. Again, via hotshotsecret.com. See you at the midnight hour tonight. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.